bloody apron right here. Oh God. I don't know that anybody's actually supposed to be stepping on this. Oh my gosh. The feeling here is very different indeed. So I'm fixing to do a spirit box session.
My dear friend, I want to tell you something about the Battle of Newmarket. I hope it will be of interest to you. The day of the battle, I stood on the doorstep. My little brother called me to come and look at the fine soldiers coming down Shirley's Hill. For the first time, I saw the Virginia military cadets. They looked so nice and trim as they ran down the hill. Just then, a terrible shell exploded right in front of the line as they came and knocked a terrible gap in the ranks. They just ran together, elbow to elbow, in an instant and closed up so beautifully. I can see it now. I will never forget these brave boy soldiers as they ran down the hill to victory and death.
Hey guys, it is pouring down rain and I'm crazy being out here in the rain, but I hated not to take some video here. This is the Bouchon farm. The Battle of Newmarket was over there where the boys were injured, the cadets, and killed, and this is where the Bouchon family hid while the battle was raging on. I don't know if the building's open or not. I'm trying to do the best I can in the rain. I'm sorry if there's any spots showing up. It looks like they've got some wells, smokehouses, things of that nature out here. Looks like that's been turned into a bathroom. There's the museum way down there. Whew. Gosh, it is wet. That's pretty cool, huh? And the leaves out here are still pretty. At home, they've pretty much already fell off the trees. There's Dad having his pipe. Gonna walk up here and see if this door's actually open or not. I know we gotta get back on the road. Ooh, yeah, that's locked up. I think they've got it locked up because of the rain. You know if you see anything in there. just dishes and all sorts of things. That's got the shade down. Can't see in there. Let's go around to the other side. Cellar there. Ooh, that's open. You know me. Oh. Cool. There's definitely another room back there. I mean, it's opened up, but I don't want to get in trouble, set off any alarms or anything like that. I guess they don't mind us being back here. They'd have it locked up. Hey, Dad, well, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Gosh, it's creepy. Probably get in trouble being in here, I don't know. That ain't weird. You probably can't get upstairs, though. I mean, I figure they got valuables up there. They probably wouldn't let you up there. Oh, God, there is some stairs. We'll see if... Look at that door. That's pretty cool. There may be somebody up in there. I don't know. Let's see where Dad went. If he wants to brave going in there with me or not. Oh, God, that scared me. You can get in down there. Turn around. Okay, guys, instead of doing the basement, we're going to try the front door. See if, if all else fails, try the front door. Yes, yes. Oh, it opened. Cool. It definitely has that old house smell to it. Oh, how neat. So, this definitely looks like it's where they did surgery. Got the bloody apron right here. Medicine bottles over there too. Some cottons. That's like an operating table. Oh, don't you love how they had to splatter the blood all over the wall just for extra effect? Could you imagine looking outside there and seeing the battle? Wow. Being scared to death in here. But they hid in the basement, supposedly. Oh, now. Very nice. Look at that. Sit there and read. It's like somebody's got their Bible there. Their china. That's really pretty. Here's the window over here. That's a dresser there. Go over, get your cookie. I'm too short to jump over the glass. Maybe that was my own shadow. Looks like somebody was walking in there. Okay, that's probably the key. That's the key to the other room. But I think that may be the basement I was going to walk up. Okay, let's go upstairs and see if there's anything up here to see. There went my ring on there. Yeah, we got some. I guess you can't get into that room. Probably can't get in this one either. Yeah, those are locked. Got everything we need to write our letters. Got your gowns over there. Your wash basin. You got a cradle right there. Here's a spinning wheel for Sleeping Beauty to prick her finger on. Wait a minute, it it goes upstairs anymore. I don't know. It kind of, that almost looks like a dead end, but I'm gonna try it and see anyway. Why is it so flipping dark up here? I don't think that, why does that, okay, it leads to an attic. He's playing with some dark shadows. Maybe y'all can see in it some. There's a little something on this side, like, I think it looks like a bed or something. But I guess that's why. Now I'm gonna turn around and try to go down without killing myself. Oh gosh. All right, guys. Let's see if there's anything else to see out here. That may be it. There's another great big old building there. I guess that's where they held the hay. That's like a workshop in there. Getting out of Daddy's way. He's trying to take pictures. And I'm getting right in his shot. Walk around, let y'all see a little. We're about 2 hours away from Gettysburg now. We'll be getting there pretty soon. I don't know if, I know that's restrooms. They got that thing shut. Oh, it's not. That's locked. Womp womp. Do what? Yeah. I was gonna look inside this thing too. I'll let you take pictures so I won't be in your way. I'll walk over here this way. So we just watched a movie about the battle that took place here. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, this is their cellar, their brick cellar, okay. Wow. It says actually Bouchon, the name of the family. Cool. Wow, look at that. That'd be a good picture, huh? Let's walk to this other one. I took some pictures in there that you'll see shortly. That's a root cellar over there, Dad, to the other side. Hey, this is open. Oh, firewood. Oh gosh, that's heavy. Oh, cool. It's another little cabin. I might have to, I didn't put my light on for us to see good up there. But I may have to, huh? Reckon y'all could see up there? Oh God, I don't know that anybody's actually supposed to be stepping on this. Oh my gosh. I may not can see anything. Oh yeah. Flip. Stabilizing myself so I can turn my camera the other way. Y'all let me know what you see. You'll see it before I do, probably. Oh. This is the other side of that cabin. So that's where it leads into the cabin. So they kept their wood and other things outside. Pretty cool. How about this little smokehouse, you guys? You can put your fire way up in there. Oh yeah, look at that. That brick oven's massive. There. Alright guys, I guess we're leaving. Going on to the next one. I'm not going to show you how I look because I look like crap right now. I've been traveling a long time. But look at these leaves, you guys. Oh, watch them fall. Isn't that beautiful? The Bouchons had a really, really beautiful place. Oh my gosh. Look at that. We'll walk in here real quick. I know Dad's anxious to get back on the road, so I'm trying to be quick. Oh. It's pretty cool. I'll see you guys soon. Bye. Hello everybody, I am at the Antietam battlefield. It is beyond freezing cold out here. It's in the 20s, and me and my dad have both walked around taking a few pictures. It is right at dawn, and so I have walked around to the church, some of the battlefield, and the feeling here is very different indeed. So I'm fixing to do a spirit box session. So stay tuned. Okay guys, here's a monument right here in front of me. There's some of the battlefield that way. And there is the church that way. So we're going to turn on the spirit box and see what we get. Did you hear that? Yeah. Roy. Ooh. Hello? What state are you from? My hands is getting frosty a bit. Oh, that's good. I'm heading back to the car because my fingers is getting bit. Hey guys, I hope we got some stuff on there. I just couldn't stand the cold anymore. It says 25 degrees outside, and this, according to what the car says right now. We don't. So I think we're fixing to get some breakfast and start heading back to Tennessee, and then that's probably another 10-hour drive, and then they're gonna drop me off their house, and then I'm gonna get my car and drive back to another hour to Alabama. Talk to you guys soon. Love you. Bye bye. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hey guys, so before this video gets started, I wanted to give you some information so that when you hear the spirit box part of the program that you'll understand, or some of it will make sense. Now, when we first got here, I didn't know any of the legends or any of the stories that had been going around. This night that this was taken, our tour guide on our ghostly tour, big shout out to Sarah from Ghostly Images. they're right across the street from the place where you get the bus tours. She's just great. They're a bunch of great folks. They are the only ones that have the key to let you inside the Jenny Wade house. So watch for that video coming soon too. It was awesome. So she was telling us one of the stories about the Belle of Baltimore. Now she is a lady that was of money, that came to find her husband or boyfriend, I can't remember which. She stayed at a hotel, and when all the money was spent, she built a cabin out on the battlefield area, to just a little shack, actually, not a cabin. It was just a shack. And she was determined to find her lost love. Well, she would come to town for supplies and things, and one day nobody saw her anymore. So what ended up happening was some people went down to the shack to go check on her, and she was gone. No sign of her or anything. And to this day, they do not know what happened to her, but she is rumored to haunt the grounds of the cemetery hillside. And that's where we were that morning at 6 a.m. at dawn. Now, I did get some women voices in the EVPs. I was pretty sure they were her, but some of them could have been, but now I believe that I was actually getting the voice of Jenny Wade. The reason being, number one, is Jenny Wade's house that she was staying at, her sister's house, when she got shot. She was the only civilian shot in the Civil War, was right beside the area where we were filming. And if you have ever watched Ghost Adventures episode where they tour the Jenny Wade house, they get an incredible EVP that says, "I'm pregnant." And so, you know, it's a mystery. It leaves one to wonder. But remember that when you watch this video, that I just told you all that. Another thing that's interesting to tell you is on our bus tour we took of the battlefield. I'll have another video coming out for that for you history buffs if you'd like to just listen to the history of the battle. They told us that there was a man that was in the war that invented baseball. So that's something else interesting to note as well. If I had listened to the EVPs back before I went to all these places and learned some of the history and stories, these EVPs would not make sense to me, why people would be saying what they're saying. But now they do. And that is why I wanted to explain all of that to you. This clip you're fixing to see, Sarah, our tour guide from the Haunted Tour with Ghostly Images, was kind enough to share it with me. Somebody that was on one of her trips had captured, you know, where you take 3 pictures in a row. Sometimes you see things in them, and maybe one of those pictures might catch something just in that instance. Well, this visitor did that. The first 2 images, there was nothing. And the 3rd image, wow, wait till you see it. And we are pretty sure this might be the Belle of Baltimore. So I'm going to show those images first, and then we'll get on into the video I made, and I hope you enjoy it. If you don't like the spirit box stuff so much, you'll at least love the beautiful scenery at dawn there on the battlefield. It was just simply gorgeous. I'm so glad my dad had us go there at that time. You just can't imagine the beauty. It's so different than during the middle of the day. So enjoy. Okay guys, walking across the battlefield. Look at that scenery, isn't it just beautiful? Wow. It is so cold, you guys. But it's like just perfect. There's Dad out there taking pictures. Hi guys. It is really cold out here today. We've been walking around getting some pictures before daylight, fixing to do a little spirit box. I was going to show you a few things before we get started. As you can see, These little monuments dot the whole landscape. And that trail there is probably where the buses will take us later. I'm going to show off that to you guys. And anything significant that happened, they did a marker. They did markers for different battalions, different generals. They have a cemetery here we're going to go to at some point. And how about, let's do some spirit box, guys. What do you say? Is anybody here with us that wants to speak? I think I heard fear. It doesn't sound very loud, but it'll be real loud in the camera. Can you tell us what your name is? Ooh. Can you tell us what state you're from? Can you tell us how you died? Can you tell us if we're safe here talking to you, if there's any area of the park? Oh. I can't hear you now, but I'll listen back to you later when I get home. I'm from Alabama. Do you have anybody here from Alabama? Can you say your name if so? There's a lot of people that'll hear this. Is there anything you want to say to tell your story? Can you tell us what heaven is like? We're fixing to go for now. Thanks for talking to us. Can you say bye? Dad noticed this down here that I didn't see before. He says, have you ever seen so many cannons in one place? And I said, I didn't even see that. This was after we did the spirit box. Let me see if I can get some more light on the subject that might help. You can see some way down there. Oh, there's the cemetery, Dad. It's right across the street. Did you see that, Dad? Yeah. The cemetery is right there. We couldn't see it because it's dark. Look at those old graves and look at the entrance to that place. How awesome is that? So, yeah, we're going to go on this bus tour, and then at some point we're going to go across the street to the cemetery. We're definitely going to do a ghost box up in there, guys. Alright, Dad, come in here and say hi to everybody. This is my dad.
Hi, everybody.
And I know you've seen him before. We're freezing our nublets off, so we're going to go back to the car, drink some coffee, and thaw out. Check you guys later. Hey guys, it is snowing now. It's spitting some snow. It's just really cold, but it's cool. So I am here in front of the Jenny Wade house. And if you don't know who she is, she was the only civilian killed in the Civil War. You probably saw this house and this statue on shows like Ghost Lab, Ghost Adventures, because they've done paranormal investigations in here, because it's said that this is haunted by her and others. There she is. There's Jenny Wade. We might see more of her later. On the morning of July 1st, Gettysburg resident Jenny Wade and her family fled their town home to this brick double house shared by her sister, Georgia McClellan, to distance themselves from the fighting. The Union retreat to Cemetery Hill soon placed Jenny and the rest of the household in direct path of the danger. Despite the menace of stray bullets that constantly struck the house walls, Jenny busied herself furnishing water and baking biscuits for the many soldiers manning this nearby Union picket line. Early on the morning of July 3rd, fate claimed Gettysburg's only civilian fatality. Jenny was killed instantly by a random Confederate bullet while preparing biscuit dough in the kitchen. Her mother saw her fall and sadly informed the rest of the family, "Your sister is dead." So there's poor Jenny. I don't think it matters anymore. So I think that photo we took outside is probably the one that got her. Okay, legend has it that if an unmarried girl puts her ring finger through the bullet hole in this door, she will receive a proposal of marriage within 1 year. You're not superstitious. Neither were some others, but it has happened. We get letters. That's the one that bullet that got her there. So let's see, it came in this way and came through that way too. I think a bunch of them went upstairs. Oh, sorry.
That is really cool. Up there, that is a blown up photo of Jenny Wade. The only known photo of Jenny Wade is back there on the wall. Jenny is on the right, and her sister Georgia is on the left, and that is Mrs. Wade's friend of Mrs. Wade's mom's friend, which is Marie Comfort in the middle. So she's the oldest one out of Jenny and Georgia. And then that not a lot of stuff happened in here. Now, Jenny was on the love seat, and of course, Georgia was on the bed here with a newborn baby. But I will tell you more about that when we get into the kitchen. I just like to go over that. But the corner, I noticed how everyone just like scattered.
Sees corner right there.
I try to stay away from the corner because I don't like the corner. But something happened to my manager Joe back in 2001. He became the new manager in February of that year, and he decides to take everything out of here and put it into the kitchen, except for the bed there, because it wouldn't fit through this doorway. He puts the bed in the center of the room and put wrapping over it, that way it wouldn't get ruined, because he's going to paint the ceilings. So he starts in this corner, and he goes around, and then he goes to this corner, and then a couple hours go by, and suddenly he looks up at that lantern right there, because he's getting close to it, and he realizes that he forgot to take that globe off the lantern. So he takes that globe and he places it on the mantelpiece right there. He's like, I don't feel like walking all the way into the kitchen. I'm just gonna, get it when I leave. So, keeps on painting. Hours and hours go by. He slowly starts to get into this corner, and it starts to get dark out, and he's getting hungry. So he's like, okay, it's quitting time. So he puts all the paint and stuff down in that corner, and he decides to, leave, lock up, turn off all the lights. It's February, it's the off season. We don't do tours during the off season, so there was nobody in here. So, next morning comes. He forgot to put that globe in the kitchen with the rest of the stuff. he left that globe on the mantelpiece the entire night. No one was in here. Comes in the next morning, turns on the lights, starts painting again. Doesn't even remember about the globe. So he's painting and painting. Hours go by again. Something catches his attention up at the lantern. That's what he says. So he just glances up there, and then he's like, he remembers, like a light bulb went off. The globe! The globe, I put it on the mantelpiece. He's like, where's the globe? He was looking for the globe. Guess where he found that globe, which I think is a very interesting now. Back in that corner. Shattered. Glass all over the floor. Of course, now Joe, he didn't see that because he wasn't in that corner that day. The bed was, in the middle there. He didn't really see it because he was on this side. That's about 15 feet away from the mantelpiece right there. I don't understand how that could happen. There was nobody in here. I don't know if but she wasn't reading about anything happy. She was reading about death, sadness. Now, Georgia on the bed didn't like that at all. Georgia was getting upset because, of course, newborn baby and Lewis was in the war. So Mrs. Wade's in here poking the fire, and Georgia yells to Mrs. Wade, "Mom, Mom, Mom, make Jenny stop. I'm getting upset." So Mrs. Wade turns around, and before Mrs. Wade could say anything to Jenny, Jenny closes her Bible and sits it next to her and says, "If anyone must die today, may it be me."
Ooh.
She says those exact words. We have it written down from Georgia that she said those words. Now that's unfortunate to me and eerie that she said those words because yep, Jenny did die. Jenny gets up off the love seat, she comes in here and she starts baking bread over this original dough trough. Original one that she's baking bread over on July 3rd, 1863. So Jenny, she's really short. She's 5'1". She's coming in here. Mrs. Wade turns around and it's like, Jenny, you gotta get down low. The bullets, they're coming in high. They're coming through the door there. You gotta get down low. So Jenny's like, okay. She's down basically like this, baking bread for the Union soldiers. Now Mrs. Wade's like, you know what? I'm sorry, I'm gonna give you 1 second. Mrs. Wade puts the door just like that.
Thinking it would protect her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I always say I really don't know what Mrs. Wade was thinking. Slow it down. Maybe it wouldn't go through. Unfortunately not. The bullet, it came through that door right there, that bullet hole that I showed you guys outside. Came through this door right here, this bullet hole. And since Jenny was down low, that was the downfall. That was.
Wow.
It hit Jenny, right through the shoulder blade. And it actually pierced her heart. She died instantly. And it got lodged in there because she was wearing her corset.
Oh.
So, Jenny falls to the floor. Mrs. Wade turns around and sees that Jenny is fallen, but she doesn't think anything of it. Because the day before, on July 2nd, 1863, a 10-pound parrot shell hit the house. It hit the rooms above through this wall right here and landed actually on the McLean side. Went through this wall and the main wall upstairs. The McLeans, they weren't here. They actually left before the battle started. Good thing they did. But thank goodness also that 10-pound parrot shell, it didn't explode. It was a dud. So it landed over there. But the impact of that parrot shell hitting the wall right here, it made Jenny faint the day before. So that's what Mrs. Wade thought again, unfortunately. So Mrs. Wade, she's like, "Oh, Jenny." She gets down and then she turns Jenny over. Then she realizes that Jenny didn't faint. Jenny is dead. Mrs. Wade gets up, she goes into the parlor, and she tells Georgia her sister is dead. Now Georgia, she's not as calm as Mrs. Wade. Georgia starts screaming and yelling. And I told you those 2 Union soldiers that were out there in they dug that trench right there, right around the side. They hear Georgia. They come through this door and they see Jenny on the floor. They're not used to seeing women of 20 years old die. there used to see men and boys on the battlefield. Oh, that's the other people. It scared me. Oh, yeah, you turn the... So, they realized that the family's not safe. They gotta get them out of here. But they can't go through this door. They can't get to their cellar. They gotta go someplace else. Mrs. Wade's like a 10-pound parrot shell. It hit the day before. It made a hole through the wall. We can go to the other side, and the McLeans aren't home. We can go to their cellar. Great idea. Now, everyone goes upstairs, and those 2 Union soldiers, they go first, and they pound a hole big enough with the back of their guns through this wall that way everyone can get through. Mrs. Wade's still down here. The 2 Union soldiers, they come back down because Mrs. Wade tells them she is not leaving without her daughter. They come back down, wrap Jenny in a sheet, and they carry her up those stairs. And that's where we will continue the tour. You guys see those cards on that table right there?
Yeah.
During Halloween, of course it was a month ago, we do like 2 tours of the guides because it's so busy. So 2 weeks ago, about 3, I had a tour on Saturday. 2 tours, one at 6:15 and one at 9:15. I will tell you right now, honestly, those cards right there have not been touched in months. We keep them up here because the orphans, they like to
Play with it.
Exactly. So, I did my tour at 6:15, came through the house. The cards were just like that. I do my tour at 9:15. I always look at those cards all the time. I tell you right now, the cards were spread across the entire table. They were all messed up. And I was like, whoa, that's amazing. I was like, but first I have to make sure there wasn't another tour. Because if there was another tour, I don't know. So, I go through the house. Everyone follows me out because they're like, I wonder if there was another tour. Maria, she's also the tour guide. She would be the only one because she would do an encounter tour during mine. So, I go out and I find Maria. I'm like, Maria, did you touch those cards upstairs? Because they were all around the table. And she's like, nope, I didn't have a tour. You're the only one doing the Jenny Wade house tonight. And those cards haven't been touched in months. Because we want to see if it's going to happen again. But it's so cool.
This is where the shell came
Of course, there's a
through.
lot of investigation groups in Gettysburg. And one night, this was years ago, they were doing an investigation. And, of course, they had the lights off. They had a black light. So they're going through. And right around here, with the black light, they see a big spot. And it looks like a big spot of blood. Exactly. The guides, we really want to do this because I really want to find out if that's really there. We think, of course, that maybe the 2 Union soldiers, they would put Jenny Wade's body down right there. One Union soldier would go through the hole while the other one would help carry Jenny's body through. Just go through that. Because they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't ask Georgia or Mrs. Wade to do it as well. And they're just doing like a little investigation themselves. So, they're coming in. And she brought something on the investigation with her. It's just her and Joe. They're stopped at that doorway right there. And she's like, Joe, we can't go in this room. And then Joe's like, why can't we go in this room? And then she's like, because there are 2 orphans in this room. Can't go in this room. Her name's Kathy Curtis. I forgot the name. I was like, what is it? Kathy Curtis. She's a renowned medium in Gettysburg. In this house, you'll get like blue or green orbs. It's really, really weird. Now, over in the orphanage, you really only get the big ball of white orb, or downstairs in the cellar, when we go downstairs, you get the big white orb as well. But here, up here is like the blue-green orb. I don't know why, it's so strange. If you guys take photos and you see something that looks like a blue-green orb, it's something I explain.
We're going down to Jenny Wade's cellar, and it's very steep. I'm going to drop my spirit box. I'm banging it on the door of the other side. Okay, yes. Alright. Wow.
Dad needs it there.
Wow. Look at that. Wow. Check that out. Oh my gosh. I just now noticed that's supposed to be her laying there, right? Oh, this is not creepy at all.
don't know which way she's gonna think. Maybe she could stand it.
Gosh. That's supposed to be Jenny Wade laying there. Like they said, she's only 5'1", so very short. I'm 5'2" or 3.
They find a coffin down north a little ways. Now, the coffin was owned by a Confederate general. He brought this coffin to the Battle of Gettysburg because he thought he was going to die. He had like an eerie feeling. So he had a coffin made and brought to the battle. Guess what? That Confederate general, he didn't die during the Battle of Gettysburg. He survived. The Confederates, they retreated north up through the mountains and then back down south. So that's how that coffin was down north. Maybe that Confederate general had an eerie feeling or premonition. Maybe he had a feeling that it wasn't for him, for Jenny. I don't know. Just strange how stuff like that works out. But those 2 Union soldiers found that coffin, brought it up to those cellar doors, placed Jenny Wade's body in that coffin, and the first time Jenny Wade was buried was behind this wall right here, in the trench, in the garden. That was the first time Jenny Wade was buried. Months and months go by. It actually wasn't until the end of October until they almost got most of the bodies buried from the Battle of Gettysburg. That's how many bodies, that's how bad it was. Now after that, they realized that that's not a proper burial for Jenny. She needs something better. She was the only civilian killed during the Battle of Gettysburg. So they unburied Jenny. Second time Jenny Wade was buried was a Methodist Reformed church, which was down 2 roads from here. Very nice plot, you know, it was simple but nice. And Jenny Wade was buried there the second time. I told you, the family after that, they move out to Iowa. They move out west, except for Mrs. Wade. Mrs. Wade stays here in Gettysburg. I guess to be closer to Jenny too, since Jenny's here. She didn't want to move out west. So years and years and years go by. The family, they start saving up money because they decide they want to buy Jenny a better plot. Jenny is moved a 3rd time. This poor girl, I tell you, I really feel sorry for her.
That's asking for spirit activity.
I know,
right?
right? I know, right? But the 3rd time she was buried, since the family saved up so much money, it's a very nice burial. She is buried in Evergreen Cemetery. Now, Evergreen Cemetery was established in 1854 before the Battle of Gettysburg, and it's the oldest cemetery in Gettysburg. And that back there, that picture, that is Jenny Wade, and that is her plot, and that is her statue of her baking bread for the Union soldiers at Evergreen Cemetery. And that flag beside her grave flies 24/7 with no light. Now, there's only one other woman in history that has that honor of that flag flying 24/7 beside their gravestone with no light. Jenny Wade, and can anyone tell me the other woman? Betsy Ross. Yeah, Betsy Ross. Yeah.
join this tour. I want to, you know, my channel, I want to do some history, which I love history, but a lot of times, you know, I love ghost stuff too. But a lot of times they interchange, you know. Every time something historical happens, it adds a little bit of legend that goes along with it. And I don't know if that's people's way of coping about the bad things that happen, or if that's just a way of keeping people's memory alive that passed away. You know, some of it might be true, there might be some supernatural, and so it may just be legend.
Years ago, a couple of friends of mine and I went to an undisclosed location at an undesignated time of night, at an in particular time of year, about 20 years after, this has been about 20 years after the statute of limitations expired. So anyway, we had a system worked out that we would put a pine cone in the middle of the road when it was safe to come back and pick us up. And so it was pitch black dark that night. And so one guy was driving my car, which if we'd been caught, my car would have, yeah, it would have been somewhere down in Rome, Georgia, I think is what it took at the time. And so he stopped in the road where I told him. My buddy bailed out. I got something hung, an unidentified object got hung in my seat, so I had to wrestle it loose. Yeah, and anyway, I heard this blood-curdling scream in the dark. And my unnamed buddy in the car looked at me, and I looked at him, and he said, "What was that?" And I said, "I don't know, get out of here." And I slammed the door, and he squealed out and took off. And it was pitch black dark, I couldn't see anything. And I was like, Mike, where you at? He's over here. Look out for the culvert. I'm like, what are you talking about? This place is flat as a pancake. So against my own rules, against my better judgment, I pulled out my flashlight and turned it on, and I was standing about 6 inches from a drop off. It went down about 8 feet. There was my buddy laying down in a pile of rocks, bleeding from every orifice in his body. And so I got down there beside him, and I was like, dude, man, don't tell me you're okay. Oh God, don't let your leg be broke. We're gonna have to call an ambulance, and I'll have to shoot you and leave you here in the night that I ever saw you. You know, you've heard of black ops before, haven't you? And so anyway, turned out he had a pretty bad limp and all, but he survived. I didn't have to shoot him. So I put my gun up, and so we went about our business, and all of a sudden, I was highlighted by a big spotlight out there in the woods. And I was like, I give up. And I stuck my hands up to surrender. And it was the moon had popped up through the trees and just bam, hit me all at once. So I didn't see a ghost out there either.
Except for y'allselves.
Except for us.
The screaming man falling in the culvert and the moon that saw it all.
We were the only scary things in those woods.
Showing me some stuff at this store.
This is our friend Megan on the Sachs-covered bridge. It's
Yeah.
the Confederate soldier that's standing on the other side.
Oh, wow. I don't know if it's coming in blurry or not. It's trying to it's right there. It's a hard time focusing on it, sort of.
Here, let me show you the others. Okay. Oh, this is as big as our machine can blow that up.
Yeah, okay.
See him there?
Mm-hmm.
But you see his hat, his rifle, his hands, his arms, his legs,
Wow.
his cuffs. I mean, he's
Yeah.
totally standing there. Now,
Wow.
my Gary took 3 pictures at the same time. That's the first one. The girl is just little, and the man. That's the second one. So this is the first one. This is the second one.
Yeah.
Now, in the second one, there's something leaning against the bridge. It's not in the first one. This big orb
Yeah.
is not in the first one. And we think that's him turning around walking the other way.
Oh, yeah.
So if you
Wow.
notice, particularly like in the big picture, you can see that he's a sentry. He has one elbow up and one elbow down. He's holding his rifle out in front of him.
Wow.
And that's why we got him coming and going. Because
Oh.
he's walking back and forth on the bridge.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Okay guys, we're at Evergreen Cemetery. It's on Cemetery Hill beside the National Cemetery, and we're just going to walk around, take a few pictures, maybe do some spirit box, but I wanted to show you this to you. This lady right here, I saw her from the road. Across the street is where we were filming this morning. This is the Gettysburg Civil War Women's Memorial, dedicated to all the women who served in various capacities before, during, and following the battle. Their contributions, though rarely noted or honored, were immeasurable. And this is Elizabeth Macer and Peter Thorne immigrated from Germany and were married September 1st, 1855. Coincidentally, the same day the cornerstone was laid for Evergreen Gatehouse. The Thornes became the first family to live in the gatehouse when Peter was appointed superintendent of the cemetery in 1856. After Peter joined the Union Army, Elizabeth assumed his duties and served as caretaker from 1862 to 65. With the help of her elderly father, amid the heat and the stench, Elizabeth buried 91 soldiers in the weeks following the Battle of Gettysburg. While 6 months pregnant, she dug the graves in one of the rockiest regions of the cemetery. Wow. This is Elizabeth Thorne. And so, after Peter assumed the duties, okay. So I guess her husband was fighting with the Union Army while she was taking care of burying all the dead. Okay, let's go walk up to this mausoleum, see if we can see anything in there. I don't know, I think they've done something to blacken it out. You can kind of see a little bit. You can kind of see that there's stained glass in there. No. It's really hard to see. Oh, look at that. Oh, cool. I don't know if we can see. Yep. Just a little bit. You can see something. What about this way? Oh, wow. Oh, no. Cool. Somebody named Brown. Here's where we are right now. We're at the part where they buried a lot of the National Cemetery up that way. But still, my goodness, these are some pretty old graves right here. Look at all them. Wow, look at that cross right there. Pretty neat. Wow. I'm going to stop a minute, get some pictures. Alright, I stopped a second to take some pictures. This is that mausoleum we were just at. And there's some further down the hill. But see, this is where that stained glass window is. Isn't that pretty? Pretty neat. The leaves here are absolutely beautiful. But I believe beyond the gates, right here, probably where the National Cemetery is for some of the soldiers. Very well. We have come to another mausoleum. I went in the hole. Welcome us, O Lord, into the light. This is Robert and Julia Lynch and family. Oh crap! I stepped straight in a mud hole. I didn't even see that. Oh my gosh! Look at that, guys. Is that not beautiful? There's Jesus. And you can see them in there, but the sun is kind of messing up the view. Do you see that? There they are, guys. Yeah, I went step, splash right in the mud hole. Okay. There's the other ones. Put my hand over there and you can see it better maybe. They're just kind of stacked up, one on top of the other. Yeah, Dad, if my feet wasn't wet, they are now. Woo. Whoa, going down the hill. And this just goes on forever, guys. This place is huge. I don't know if this is Luca or Lusa. Giuseppe and Mary and Semi per sempre. Ooh. Let's see what hers looks like. She doesn't have one of those. She doesn't have anything over there. And there's nothing on this wall. So it's just the two of them right here. Right there. That's it on that one. Oh, we got a picture on this one. William Houghton. He died in 1960. He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. Revelation 21:7. Looks like we got another one down here. Dad's putting up with me walking around. It was snowing earlier, guys. Flipping snowing. It was cool. See all those graves right there? All those are soldiers. See them stacked up. This is Kermit and Renee Paxton. This person's named Kermit. Kermit and Renee. Oh, God. They have really got it where you can't see nothing. They've got where you can't see nothing in that one. So we're going to go get us some tickets for the bus tour, guys. See you in a little bit.
Now, a lot of wounded soldiers were brought into the town, hit with 58 caliber mini balls, bullets as big as your thumb, made of soft lead fired at a low speed. If the bullet would hit you, it would pulverize your bone. Metal fragments would range up into your body, causing massive infections. No antibiotics. The surgeons would give you a little bit of whiskey, maybe some quinine, morphine, chloroform, and then amputation. On your left is the courthouse, that brick building we're just passing now. That was used as a hospital. Some wounded men had their limbs amputated, taken out of the door of that building, laid on the street corners, piled up like cordwood. Later, wagons would come through here. They'd fill the wagons with amputated body parts, take them out of town, burn them, and bury them. This was a bloody business. Now, in 1996, just to your right, in that ditch, a tourist walking around found bones. Just to your right. Ooh. They dug them up, realized they had found the soldier's shot in the head. Without clothing, they don't know if the boy wore blue or gray, but they did give him a proper military burial here at Gettysburg. Almost all of the monuments represent the men of the Union Army placed here in the 1880s and 1890s. Those monuments represent the reinforcements that were sent to the battlefield on the afternoon of July 1st, 1863. So just a word about monuments. Most of the monuments were put here in the 1880s and 1890s, honor the regiments of the Union Army, the victorious soldiers. There are about 400 men in a typical regiment, so every time you see a monument like the one to your right to the 17th Pennsylvania Cavalry, it represents about 400 men that stood and fought in this location. A long line of monuments usually represents a long line of Union soldiers. There are Confederate monuments on this battlefield, but they were put here much later in time, and there are far fewer of them. So most monuments honor the Union soldiers. But here on what is known as Oak Hill is a memorial, not to war, but to peace. Not to Union soldiers or to Southern soldiers, but soldiers on both sides. And we'll just pause up here, Ron. This is the Eternal Light Peace Memorial. An eternal flame does burn at the top, made of Alabama limestone and Maine granite, symbolizing the reunification of the country. Dedicated by Franklin Roosevelt on July 3rd, 1938, on the 75th anniversary of the battle, before an audience of 200,000 people, including 1,800 men who were Civil War veterans who came back for the ceremonies. Their average age was 94.
Hey guys, we're at Little Round Top and we're going to show you around. Just a second. There's Miss Joan. Dad's taking pictures as always. We were waiting on time to take our bus tour. We thought we'd come check this other section out. So Dad said he believes this is where the left flank of the Union Army was. And y'all, I had no idea until we got here. Until you actually come and visit, you have no idea how big this battlefield was. You know, in my mind, I think, okay, it opened up to one opening and they just fought right there. This included the valleys, the mountains. It was everywhere. It really was. And I thought it was blowing. We're raised up here. It is cold, but the scenery, I honestly think early November or late October, just to see what's up with this guy, what's up with his monument. I bet.
This shows you all what's going on here.
Okay.
That way, this position came around this was the main fence. Second day was visible from right here. Warren came to this point, and this hill was undefended. He realized that when they got here, the same ridge line they got here and followed over this hill to lead them to it. And down there was the devil's hill.
I thought it was. I saw those rocks right there. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, is the men that were actually fighting in the battle came here, and they were the ones that caused where all this happened, so it would be accurate. The veterans. Woo. Going here. Oh gosh. Wow. Can you actually go up in there? What's up there? What's up there? Just a place to look and stuff? Really? I bet. So these are privates. I'm kind of afraid to go up there, y'all, because but I'm going to try it for this video because I love you, fam. And I know y'all may not ever get to come, or, you know, maybe you can, but just in case. And I'm terrified of heights, but I'm doing this for y'all because I love you. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm on the top. Wow. Oh. Those that came later froze to death.
Yeah, me.
Oh. I told somebody back at the bus tour place, I said, if you had a wing, it would float right off today. I feel like I'm flying. Woo! What a ride. How about that? This would have been a good place for me to have my light on my camera. I took it off, guys, because I didn't want my batteries to die before the ghost hunt thing tonight. To put a what? Yeah. The stamps ain't made for an old cripple, Daddy said. At least it. Whew. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the car because my battery's fixing to die anyway. We didn't go out this way, so. John's dead. Did she not go back to the car yet? I got to the crystal pond. Thought we could go in and see. They're still dowsing rods and all that here. Look at her. They got healing crystals, sage, smudging, divination tools, and card readings too. Black Hat Society since 1692. Let's see if now it's old. That. Let me get this door here. Oh, it smells really good in here, guys. Whoops. Got some cool stuff. Ghostbusting kit. Sage, holy water, black salt. Oh. How cool is that? 1695. Y'all, I forgot my money. I gotta come back if I want something. It's kitchen.
Okay, what day would be better for you? Oh.
Oh, isn't that pretty?
All right, I'm going to say, what time in the afternoon are you talking? Okay.
Oh, those are nice.
All right, I can do that. Yeah.
Aren't those fairies pretty? Oh my goodness, they're beautiful. My son would like those dragons. Oh, I like that. Oh, wow, that's so pretty.
Really, Cookie, but we've been calling her that for 50
They got
years.
a lot of stuff.
Not too many people have that as a nickname anymore.
Stuff for your incense.
Yeah, I know. It never.
Wow, those are pretty.
She went from Zandra. Zandra Ray to Cookie.
Oh, wow.
The names our mothers come up with.
Those are pretty.
Oh. Okay, let me have a phone number in case anything would go wrong.
Ultra scars. They got prayers and stuff right there. Oh wow, look at those journals. That reminds me of Hocus Pocus or something. Look at those. Those are pretty.
Well, you never call yourself, so why would you remember? And everybody looks to be
Real pretty. Tarot cards. That's the coolest Ouija board I've ever seen in my life. That is so cool. It's $90. I don't know if that's where she does the readings or what. It's probably where she does the readings.
All right, thank you.
Lots of candles.
Can I help you with something?
I'm looking around. I'm from out of town and I do YouTube videos and I was promoting your store. Oh, those are cool. Those are the big witches candles. Calendars. And I left my debit card in the car and I locked it, so I gotta wait till my dad comes back out before I can buy anything. Those are really cool. I was looking at your Ouija board over there, the Celtic one with the glass. That's the prettiest thing I've ever seen. It's really pretty. There's you some oils. Those are cool too. Really cool looking spirit boards. So come check them out. What's up guys, your girl Jessie here on another adventure. We are here at Harrison Bay, Tennessee, as the Indians would say, Tennessee as the white man would say. We are on the search for some graves that Daddy saw here about 40 years ago. See what we can find. I'm trying not to get your tag in the he sprayed me down with a bug spray. Yeah, we don't want no chiggers. I think I might have got into some last night. So y'all remember Daddy? We're gonna go back in through this field to see if we can find us some graves. While we're walking down there trying to find them, here's Daddy telling a little bit of history about this place and what we're looking for today. Let's do this.
Now, 1838-39 is when the Cherokee Indians were removed. What we're looking for today is a date on some gravestones. And 40 years ago, I was dove hunting in a field full of okra. And it was really hot, and I went down in some trees to get out of the sun. and I found a bunch of gravestones, a graveyard in those trees. And I remember that the dates were in the 1800s, but I can't remember what the dates were, and that's what I'm curious about. The odd thing about it, there was a bunch of graves. Most of them were young children. Seems like the oldest might have been 22. The youngest was like a baby. But the odd thing, I've asked people about it, and they were like, well, they died of fever. And no, because here's the odd thing. The date of death was the same on every grave marker. So something catastrophic happened. Not that many people's not going to die of a fever on the same day. Maybe it was a fire, maybe it was an Indian attack. I don't know. So I'm wanting to rule out the Indian attack. Was the dates after 1838?
Yeah.
And that's 1839 was when the winter of 1838 and 39 was when the Trail of Tears occurred. So that's what we're looking for, the dates. Now, I went fishing this morning. I drove by that field. I got out and I took a look across it, and it don't look the same that I remember it. So I hope we can find this thing.
Yeah, maybe we can find them and get the names and the actual dates and research them.
I want to take pictures of the gravestones, the names, the dates, everything, because it was hot that day. I didn't have a camera with me, and that's been probably 41 years ago. I haven't been there since. So that's what we're after.
So when I was a baby,
Yeah.
your baby's gonna be 44 this year.
That's being an old woman.
Yeah, it hurts. It's painful.
When you turn about 66, you got every bone in your body broken. Let's see how that feels.
Turn it back on. Ow, my backpack got caught.
About a thing.
Okay. Alrighty. As y'all can see, rain's moving in, so trying to see what we can find. It's real beautiful out here. There's something on the ground up there. I got it on. There's something there. Center, please. Where are the graves of the people that died on the same day? Can you point to them? Yes, okay. Point, no, center, please. Center, please. Point to where the graves are. Just saying yes for some reason.
That over there is our best bet.
Look here, Dad. They say that way. Isn't that wild?
It's over there.
Okay, guys. Dad believes he remembers where it is on the other side of this field here. You found them? Oh yeah, here they are. There's a whole bunch of more over there too.
What we're looking for is dates. 1875. Wait a minute.
There's another one right here. And one right over there. Or it could be their footstones, I don't know. BN Molly McKenzie. This one says 1905. This one's a baby 1900 to 1900. I guess lived a couple of days. Molly McKenzie. This is also a McKenzie, RH somebody. Oh. I don't know why people bit stuff like this, they just fall down. I wonder if they didn't realize it then. There's a man there, but I can't make it out. Julie. We can do spirit box here and ask them what happened to them. Oh, look at this one. Betty Grace, I think. 1906. GL. So there must be somebody buried on each end. That one. There's one right here. Two of them actually. I wonder if they're babies. Because they're so little. Can't tell about this one. It's weird that there just happened to be another cemetery out here. Isn't it? This one says... Oh, I don't know. I can't read it. Okay. If you hear anything funny, it's just my spirit box. You want to use my dowsing rods to find it? Alrighty. It's not the one you're looking. This is not the one you're looking for. And see, this is the second one over here. It's got the little Holy Bible at the top. I've never seen it like that. Come, ye blessed. Nancy Eldridge, wife of S.M. Eldridge, March 10, 1823 to December 16 of 1904. Mother. Oh, I can see something on this side of it. S.M. Eldridge. Eldridge. It's kind of spooky out here, guys. I mean, I don't know. That rock right there could possibly be another grave. Dad's gone through there scouting around. While he's gone, I'm going to do spirit box and pull some of my toys out and see if anybody wants to talk to us, okay? If there's anybody here with us, I'm just here for a visit. I don't mean any harm or disrespect. You're welcome to come speak to me in my camera. I put out a toy for you right there. If you touch the antenna or touch any part of it, it'll make those lights light up. I'm just here to document that you're here, and that is all. I don't mean any harm. Hello? Who's here with me? What is your name? How did you pass away? Can you tell us where the other graveyard is that my dad is searching for? What year did you die? Are you happy where you are? Is there anything you'd like to tell us before we go? Can you play with my toy? Can you touch it for me, please? Well, thank you for speaking with us. It was nice to visit you, but you have to stay here and you cannot follow us home. Hey guys, I heard a lot of voices on that. Definitely heard a man and a woman, possibly 2 men and 2 women, but I can't wait to hear that back and hear what we got. That was really neat. And this place is, it's kind of creepy here. The trees are weird and twisted looking, so I can't imagine what it'd be like here at night. So we'll see what we find next, guys. We're going to go through this side of the woods, guys. Still search for that graveyard Daddy's wanting to find. Gotta get around these trees here. Oh gosh. Well, that just leads right back to the water, don't it? Let's see if we can throw these nutcrackers. Right through there you can see people's piers, houses down through there. It's pretty out here. Getting hot, guys. It's like 80 something degrees out here today. That's hot. Whew. Going back to 60 something degree weather. I can live with that while walking around. Okay guys, we did not find the cemetery he was looking for, but we did find a really cool graveyard up and through there, so I can't wait to hear back what they said. We survived walking through the woods and that snake that almost got me, and Dad who tried to give me a heart attack. So we're fixing to head to another location and you'll see that adventure coming up soon. Please smash my button, my like button, subscribe and ring that bell for me. It helps me so much, guys. I love you. Peace. So Dad says this house, he believes.
I believe that's the one that years ago I put a phone in this house, and it was used as a hospital where the wounded soldiers from a cavalry battle at Monty Oaks, where the orphanage used to be, was, and they brought the soldiers here, and there was blood stains on the floor, and I crawled under the house to put a phone in, and it was some really old timber under the house, and I'm pretty sure that's the house.
That's what I was thinking too. It's just really old looking. Very unique. Hey guys, Silverdale Confederate Cemetery. General Braxton Bragg mobilizing his army during the summer of 1862 for his Kentucky campaign, culminating the Battle of Perryville, October 8, 1862. Camped a part of his army in this vicinity. Hospitals were located nearby. A great number of his soldiers were sick and many died. About 155 were buried here, their names and commands marked on wooden boards that decayed. No record was kept, and the graveyard was neglected. So what they had them on wooden markers, see, so, and they decayed. Now nobody knows who they are. This is really neat, guys. I don't know. Maybe they'll talk to me on the spirit box. Tell me who they were. Let's do this. There's the corners of it. Ooh. And you can kind of tell where somebody's been buried. The way the ground looks, you know. I'm going to come over here and do spirit box a minute. Let's see what this bitch says. This bench is in honor of all those who were given to the care of this hallowed ground. To anybody that's here, my name is Jessica. My dad's a veteran. He's standing over there. How did you pass away? I heard bullet wound. Can you tell us who you are? What your name is and who you served under? Is there anything you'd like to say to your loved ones that are still here and living? Your descendants? Did you die in the house that's up the road? say my name. God bless each and every one of you that's buried in the cemetery. Thank you for your service to our country. So Dad just told me to come up here and check out this tree. It's going to be really neat, guys. Look at this. Somebody's carved across the tree. Wow. Let's go play this thing you found.
Welcome to the Silverdale Confederate Cemetery. The men buried here died in a hospital that was located behind the motels across Old Lee Highway in 1862. Efforts to re-identify the men by the veterans began in 1900. The stone walls were built in 1926 by the veterans and their sons. Chattanooga Area Relic and Historical Association has maintained the cemetery since 1979. We mow grass, raise flags, continue the search for the soldiers' identities, host events, and educate the public about this historic site. All are welcome here who enter with respect.
Here's number 2.
This cemetery was started in August of 1862 by deaths at General Leonidas Polk's Hospital nearby. The men who died in this hospital through December 1862 are here. The hospital was moved to Cleveland, Tennessee at that time. Record from the Confederate quartermaster indicate that the men had a coffin and a headboard made of pine and that they stayed in tents. In 1900, Mr. William Standifer sent a letter to the Confederate veterans at Chattanooga to get care for this forgotten cemetery on his farm. The headboards had rotted away and no information could be found for the soldiers. In 1904, the Veterans Group purchased this plot for $75. In 1905, a barbed wire fence was erected around the cemetery, and in 1926, the stone walls were built at a cost of $2,000. By 1934, the Tennessee Highway Department had erected the concrete archway over the entrance drive from the highway. Very little care was given in the 40s and 50s. The cemetery was cleaned by the Kirkman High School Key Club in the summer of 1962. Again, little care was given for several years. A Chattanooga newspaper article on June 26, 1979 brought the cemetery to the attention of the Chattanooga Area Relic and Historical Association, who started to clean the cemetery and eventually became trustee for the cemetery. The flagpole, benches, tombstones, and soldier list are due to their continuing efforts. Several awards for scenic and historic preservation have been awarded for their work. Welcome assistance from the Run for the Wall motorcycle group and the Order of the Southern Cross have helped fund research and help maintain these grounds. The cemetery has applied for and received a non-profit corporation status from both the state of Tennessee and the federal governments. The previously unidentified 155 soldiers that are buried here were not always unidentified. Their records, their muster rolls, their officers, and their doctors knew who these people were, and their families were notified when they died, but the families did not know exactly where these people were. The records of their death and the dates and who their doctors were and things were lost when Atlanta was burned. However, some of the records for the supply officers did survive, and records of the provision for a wooden coffin and a wooden headboard on which to write their names and their regiments was provided, and these records are the basis for the identification of the 39 soldiers that have been identified that are in this cemetery. A list of the soldiers' names is available on the paper sheet under the little shed at the east wall of the cemetery. The monument along the east wall of the cemetery was placed here at the request of the Order of the Southern Cross, an organization who was started in 1862 near this spot. The organization was started by Reverend Quintard, General Patrick Claiborne, and Bishop Leonidas Polk. This organization was a benevolent society to aid the plight of the soldiers who were identified in hospitals near here that needed help. This organization was finalized at Rainsville, Georgia, and enlisted many more people besides the 3 that organized this organization in the beginning. This organization no longer has Confederate soldiers to help, but now is a benevolent society to do other projects to help Civil War sites, including ours. Please feel free to walk back and read the inscription on this monument that further explains the organization.
Okay, I was just noticing the rocks and the coins. People do that as a sign of respect, saying, I visited here.
The coins are, I think, misrepresented here. I'm not sure, I can't remember exactly what they mean. But one coin means that you knew the person, another coin means that you served with a person, another one means that you were there when he died. So a lot of people just put money up there not knowing what they mean.
Yeah, because people put money on regular people's graves too. Okay guys, that's the end of the tour of the cemetery. I hope you enjoyed this historical little journey, and maybe we learned some stuff along the way. Can't wait to see and hear if we got anything on that spirit box. I hope I was able to capture something, because I know it's very noisy with the highway being back here. Until next time guys, I love you. Peace.
I'm Lori Radkowitz. I grew up, I was Lori Jones, and I lived about 5 miles west of here. And so I went to Spring Place Elementary School, and I was friends with the daughter, or one of the daughters of the older caretakers.
Oh.
And so it's like one summer day, I come over to play with Sandra, and so her mother allowed us to go into the house. And we were old enough to know that you don't touch anything, you don't bother, we don't lay on the beds, we don't touch anything. We were old enough to know that. But we were allowed to go into the house. And so, of course, we're giggly girls. We start running and we're chasing each other up and down the steps, and there's nobody. There's no visitors. It was kind of early-ish in the morning. It was a very, very quiet day. Her mother and dad were, I think her dad was, I don't know what he was doing, but her mom was in the house, in their house. And so we got probably a little bit rowdy, and we were on the second floor in the bedroom. That's the east bedroom on the second floor. So we're laughing, we're having a good time, we're giggling, and we're standing there in that bedroom, and we didn't slam doors. We were very careful, and we're just kind of standing there giggling, catching our breath, and we hear a boom, and it's not a boom from outside. It's a boom from inside the house on the first floor. It's not a door slamming, because a door couldn't slam that loud. It was just a boom. It took us, because we weren't thinking scary, we weren't being...
That wasn't on your mind.
No, we
Yeah.
were having a good time. We were running around. So the boom was, it just, I can't explain it.
Like shook the foundation, sort of?
Shook us.
Yeah.
But not really the house.
Yeah.
It shook us. It was like something was getting our attention to stop doing whatever it was we were doing. Whatever it was, did not like it at all. And it scared us so bad. We just froze. And she grew up here. It scared her. It scared me. We flew down those stairs and out the back door, and we were just, I don't even remember what happened after that. We were in such a panic and it was years before I went in ever again.
Yeah.
And I certainly didn't I didn't come back over and play or anything.
But I've heard people say, like what you said before, like they'll hear a boom that sort of goes through your core and other places. So there's something to that. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, and it was, she looked at me, because I was like, what's that? It scared me. But she, who lived here, had so much terror in her face. That scared me. Because I thought, well, apparently, and we just took off.
Apparently she's never heard it before, and she stays here. Yeah. Okay, well thank you for your story.
It's my little supernatural.
Look at that outhouse. I think everybody's going into all of this, aren't they? I almost knocked over that lantern. I didn't even see it. Wow. It was what now?
This house and everything was fancy for when it was built.
Wow. So Joan grew up out here, came to this place as a child, she said, for her field trips. What house is this over here, Joan? Do you know?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? You say it's been a few days. Oh man, this is cool.
We got here was a woodworker, and one of the magazines had an article about this trash that goes out on the gym. The guy wrote the article.
Water drops in
His bedroom's upstairs,
There are 2 bedrooms,
so he would have stayed upstairs.
probably given Henry Master.
Oh, it's pretty. Talks about the Moravians.
We've done mostly with hand tools. Patents date of 1891.
It's pretty. It's pretty on the back porch too. He's saying that that table was built with a hammer and chisel. Hey, oh, how pretty. Wow.
In the corner, you have an 1875 German rosewood piano. All of the furniture in this room is period from the time the home was built in 1804, and all of it was donated. There are no original pieces.
Nothing in the home at all?
No, because the vans, they took everything with them because they were chiefs and they had actually signed the treaties and negotiated for reservation land. So most of the chiefs that signed the treaty rounded up their families, rounded up all of their stuff, and they were able to move out. Where the other members of the nation that did not, they were forced off. Their chiefs were not. Merry Christmas. Thank you. How are y'all doing tonight? Is this anyone's first time? No. So y'all heard everything. Let's see. My dad played with this house with God. 4 years. Maybe it's your first time in bed. They sorted areas and everything. They ran crazy through the house, hide and seek, and jumping out the windows and all kinds of stuff. So,
He was shot down in Forsyth County at a place called Bellington, Stafford, down there. And because he had been drinking and he was irritated at some people and things, and somebody came back and got him. He was out stepping outside the tavern. Over here in the corner, all of you may want to kind of slip this way in a moment, but this is the master bath. And there was an indoor facility, and that is the oldest piece of furniture in the house. 1780. That piece, 1780. That's the toilet. You take the lid off, you sit the pad, the cushion to the side, and then yes, yes, and you can take the lid off the pot and go to the bathroom. That's what they did, and then they would take that, have their slaves take it out actually. Yes, well, it was made for the corner. Now there are others that are not made for the corner. But what now?
The way it's.
Yeah, it's just built for a corner.
No, I think
Yeah, if you're talking about, yeah, just sat there. Yeah, no, you don't move it. You just sit there like that. But when there's others that were straight, you know.
So that's not original to the house.
No, there is no furniture in here that's original to the house. It's all donated. But all the furniture in the house is period. It's all early 1800s, you know, is donated, but this is the oldest piece that we have.
Man,
Yeah.
that's wild.
Yeah.
The well is filled in now, it's out in the side yard. There's a spring below where y'all park, at the bottom of the hill. If you come back in the daylight, you can walk down there, but they got the water. He would send his slaves, you know, the day the thing to go get water out of the spring to bring up to the big house. Very labor intensive back then for like, you had to have just so much firewood in fireplaces too. There was so much wood. You had almost 100 slaves that you had to support on the plantation too, with that, you know, houses and fireplaces for them too, a big kitchen outside. So a lot of firewood. You had 95 other buildings besides the big house.
Oh, wow, 95?
The largest plantation in the whole Cherokee Nation. They were like, in today's standards, multi-millionaires, easy.
That would be about 800 acres, right?
Yeah, about 800 acres, yeah. We was living like Gone with the Wind, you know, this was like Tara before the Civil War here in town.
To the top. The low ceilings, this would be the children's area. And the shape, you know, here circle.
Oh my gosh. That floor isn't even. Look at those big dolls. The little toy tea set.
Make this one a little bit taller. Yeah.
It's cute. Chalkboard or something.
So the story on the beds, my daughter left me in charge, so I got to tell her story. I'm not as good as she is, but no. Of course, the rope underneath is kind of your box spring, and then they would use these tools to do a tightening process to tighten the ropes, and that's when we get our expression when it's sleep tight. And then, of course, the mattress itself is filled with hay and husks, and those would attract little critters, and so that's where we get the expression, don't let the bed bugs bite.
Oh, okay.
And so it's kind of an old expression of things. So, of course, you saw the girls from over there, and this would have been the boys' side. We did this years ago, back in the spring, and there was a lady who homeschooled her kids, and her mom used to work here years ago, and she talked about how, you know, she would be down on the second floor, and you know, they hear things in the east, you know, and she would, and in fact that day, you know, how many years later, she wouldn't come up here. She was like, y'all can go there, but I'm not going. I heard something one time, you know, I mean, yeah, it's kind of a neat thing.
Gives you a creepy feel.
I got to work here for a while, and it was so nice. Pretty creepy when you come out early in the morning.
Yeah.
It's still almost dark, and you're here by yourself. You know?
Oh yeah.
You know, I never since people always ask me, "Are there ghosts in?" I said, "I don't think so." They all went to Oklahoma.
Oh yeah. They followed everybody.
Yeah.
I was thinking, my friend makes those.
That
Where
is,
you take the paper and you make them. How you
I
can
think
make
there's
them?
26 points or more. It's a large one.
Wow.
Aren't they beautiful?
But we had
all the decorations that you see are Moravian decorations.
Okay.
The missionaries that were here, not far from the house, they were just down the hillside, about a quarter mile, were Moravians, and they did celebrate Christmas in the home. It was a big deal for them to be allowed to live here. As far as we know, the first Christians inside the Cherokee Nation were invited to stay.
That's
and
nice.
They expanded that. That's one of the two reasons that he's well known. And they taught.
Where's the cemetery at you were talking about?
Where you see the cars there, that is Highway 52. And if you can see through there, it's about a quarter mile.
Oh, okay.
It's off on your right. They found it 10 or 15 years ago. University of North Carolina came out and did ground penetrating radar. All of the headstones were lost.
Oh, okay.
So the headstones are not there, but the people are in there. They can see them. And they're, a lot of the names that you get to know here if you have time to read the diaries and
Yeah.
are buried there. Cherokees, it's mixed race.
Oh, so it's Cherokees and some of the
Slaves, Cherokee, and the Moravian missionaries who were European, all in the same
They're all in there.
Very unusual.
Did they ever discover like what the name of it was, or they didn't have no idea because they didn't even realize it was a cemetery?
It was a plowed field for many years.
Oh.
When they found it, the farmer donated that day.
Oh, cool.
God's acre.
Oh.
It was the Moravians, the missionaries that were here.
Yeah.
They did it. And
Oh, wow, cool.
so it was lost in
Neat
time,
too.
but then they found it about 15 years ago.
Wow, that's amazing. Thanks. Ooh, it's so muddy. Yeah, I had to turn the slide on when we went to the Lowry house in Huntsville.
There were never
Nobody could
ghosts.
see.
There were never dungeons down here. This was only ever for food preservation.
Yes, you might as well leave right now. She said there weren't any ghosts.
There were zero ghosts here.
Can you see, Joan?
So many people are so desperate for me to tell them there's ghosts. What do you want me to say? That the Trail of Tears souls are roaming the halls?
Yeah.
Right here. There was never anybody kept in a dungeon here. I've spoken to every manager who has ever worked here. None of them have had any weird experiences. But I mean, again, we are affiliated with both the Eastern and Western Band of the Cherokee Nation. So what am I going to do? Hold a ghost tour for the presidents of the Cherokee Nation, the highest-ranking chiefs? That would be so insulting. So no, we not only do we not hold ghost tours here for that insulting reason, but we also have, honest to God, just no experiences to tell anyone. But yeah, this was for food preservation, and really the only people who would have been coming down here would have been slaves.
Yeah.
We also know that right next to the house there was a potato crib, a corn crib, and a smokehouse. So there was more food preservation. We also know the Moravians had a spring house where they kept their dairy and their cheeses, because you know that's little huts. It's right over a freshwater spring. Now what you're seeing here is the original dirt floors, and in the interior room there, you can see the original brick. We don't know when this stucco was added, but it's not original to the house, to the vans. And also, since that interior room would have been the colder of the two rooms, we think that's where James kept his whiskey. Because we know he kept a lot of whiskey down here. That was written about by the Moravians, who highly disapproved of it. In fact, we know that for one instance, James Van hosted a stickball tournament, and those could last for days, of course. So we heard that he put a lock on the root cellar to keep the Native Americans out of his whiskey, but according to the Moravians, the lock was broken, his whiskey was gone, and he threw a rage fit. So it was never a dull moment when James was around. Now when Joseph was here, of course, it was much more lighthearted. He was a very good businessman, clean and sober, helping his kids all the time. The Moravians document seeing him with his kids at the springs with his kids doing business, so very much a night and day difference.
Wow. Do we know who, because John was asking this too, who James's mother was? What nationality was she?
James's mother was a full-blooded Cherokee woman named Wally. Now his father was actually a Scotsman named Joseph Van. But now Joseph either died or there was a divorce, and Wally remarried Joseph's brother, whose name was also James Clement Van. So Clement is actually James Van's technically stepfather, but every generation names their kids the same thing. So we got Joseph James, James Joseph, and then every one of them named their daughters Delilah. Every one of them had a Polly. Two of James's consorts were both named Betsy. So we see these same names being rehashed with every family and every generation.
That's what I run into when I try to do my ancestry online. Everybody has the same name, and I'm like, okay, is this one or is it this one? Or
quite complicated.
Oh, so hard. If they only knew.
Upstairs, and they said Josephine, James's son's mother, Josephine's wife, was full-blooded Cherokee Indian.
Joseph, the son of James, yes, he had two wives, actually. One of them would have lived in the house here, and he built the other one a house just north of here.
James's wife that had Joseph.
Yes, he had, Nancy was Joseph's mother. Nancy Brown did not live in this house, and if she wasn't full-blooded, she was at least half. We really aren't 100% sure, but remember, at the time of James Van's death, the James Van who built this house, at the time of his death, he had upwards of 11 kids by at least 7 different women. We can't really keep track of them. And Joseph, at the time of his death, had upwards of 15 kids by at least 2 different women. So the Vans did their part to overpopulate the planet, that's for sure. But yes, so it's a bit of a complicated story because again, the Moravians were writing about it and they truly didn't really approve of the living situation. So they referred to any woman staying in this house as Mrs. Van.
Well, what we were trying to clear up was that Joseph Van, the son, did not look a lot Indian, but then his father was only a half Indian.
True.
And we were trying to figure out if his mother was Indian or why.
Wally was full-blooded Native American.
Okay.
Her son, James, then would have been half Native American, half Scottish. And we do not know what James Van looked like. There are no existing portraits of the man who built this house that are at least none of that have been authenticated by the Cherokee or by staff here. We have a written description of him, that he was fair-skinned, dark-haired, European in both manner and dress. But he was raised by a full-blooded Native American woman, so he was, we know from their diaries, well-versed in Native American heritage, and they did hold ceremonies here. They had stickball tournaments. So we have one portrait of Joseph, and the mantle painting you saw in the dining room is based on that. And we know it's authentic because it's from a newspaper talking about his obituary. So we have one authentic portrait of Joseph Van.
But no pictures of his wife.
None of the wives. Some of the kids though. Now in our museum, in the museum you first came in, one of the panels does have portraits of some of his kids. But we do have just the one picture of Joseph. Really nothing more than a written description of James. But remember, the Cherokee were matrilineal. So what that really means is you trace your lineage through the mother, and your kids are raised in the home of your mother. If your
That's the
mother,
way Hispanic people do too.
well, because in that time, you could not prove paternity. So the only way to guarantee blood heritage was to trace it through the mother. And also in that day, women owned the homes. Women raised the kids. So if your mother was a Bear Clan and your father was a Wolf Clan, you were a Bear Clan. And sons could inherit a title, but their kids would not because their kids are not their kids. So to say that James, a lot of times we know that James was recognized as full-blooded Native American, but only because his mother was full-blooded Native American. But he lived heavily with a European lifestyle, as we can see.
But truly he was...
By his people, truly he was half-blood, but by his people standards, he was full-blooded Native American.
Makes sense.
But we see that going away because, of course, he left everything to his second son, Joseph, which infuriated all of his other consorts and wives, of course, because they're daughters that should have inherited things. So we do see this patriarchy moving in. We see that a lot with the missions, too. The Moravians taught proper European gender roles, so you sow, you plow. So we do see that happening in the early 1800s here.
We can go whenever you're ready, Daddy. Kitchen workhouse.
Y'all been to the house?
Yeah.
I'll get some hot cider.
I knew somebody that had them. They didn't,
You need me? Yeah. You got something to do with the rain?
Take some, I guess.
There's one for her.
You take it.
Oh, thank you. Those little cookies.
Truck that needs a little help to get out of the mud.
Uh-oh, got somebody stuck.
Good
job,
Spirit of Christmas.
Somebody.
She's the spirit. What's up, guys? It's your girl Jessie here. I am back at the creepy cemetery where I went back in the woods to film a cemetery and kept hearing some strange sounds. Sort of thought maybe there could have been a Bigfoot back in there. I'm not really sure. Either way, that's pretty darn creepy. If you have not seen that video where I was here the first time, I'll leave a link up here above. The last time I came here, there was a couple here on an ATV that I came across, and they told me a really creepy story that happened about 35 years ago. You can't drive up into the cemetery right now, but back 35 years ago you could. They were driving up through there one night and found people digging up the graves. They got really scared, left, called the police, and the next morning they saw in the paper that those people were caught and they were found with skulls. So I don't know if they were Satanists or doing some sort of voodoo or what they were doing with those skulls. But anyway, you have to be real careful when you walk back up in there because you could fall through one of the caskets. So, kind of crazy, guys. My dad came down from Chattanooga. He's got his drone with him, so we're going to get you some cool shots there. Let's check this place out. Let's do this. Walking back in through here, actually going to find a place to use the restroom. I noticed this to start with. Then I saw that. Oh man, that poor deer. I wonder if somebody killed him and gutted him out there, or if that's what all that is. I thought it was like a fungus or something, but I bet you money that's that deer's fur or hair. I don't know if something got it or someone strung it up, and I don't think they could, I don't know. I don't see no evidence of a person stringing him up and getting him, but dang, something tore that deer up. Ooh. Look how bad, that's just as bad. Tell you, Dad's doing his dark shadows. Is that what? I guess it's, I don't know if it's down that way or that way. Probably that way. He said you could come out to the dam eventually. Manchester Cemetery, Cooley Cemetery. Oh, that's his bag. I thought, dang, somebody left a bag out here. Now, last time I was here, guys, I got several disembodied voices on camera, and something tried to talk in my ear. Now, I didn't know this, but when you start to open up your senses to spirit, they say you hear like a buzzing in your ear, and that's what I heard the last time I was here. What is that? I felt something in my ear like a buzzing. So I think they were trying to talk to me directly instead of just doing the EVP, and I just couldn't hear them. But it sure is pretty out here. Pretty quiet and serene. Someone said there was graves all up in the woods too, but I'm not seeing any in the woods. Just fallen logs and things. Won't till I start investigating, I guess. Are you fit? Oh gosh, look at that. See? Right there. That's probably somebody. Fell through. That's somebody. Oh, there I went, right in the hole. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, Dad's laughing at me. I don't want to fall through the casket. Oh, my God. Let me get out of here. Okay. Here's the thing. Uh-oh. There she blows. Y'all talked to me a lot the last time I was here. Y'all know how to use this little box. So they're saying stuff, but I can't hear it. I'll have to increase the volume when I get home. Hello, who's here? That's Dad walking. Ooh. They're saying stuff for sure. I can't hear you now, but I'll hear you when I get home. Do you remember when I was here last? Can you tell me, is there a Bigfoot here? Ah! Dad! Oh, shit! Do you think my dad is silly? They said something, I don't know what. You sure are buried in a beautiful place. That's Dad walking again. Can you tell me what your name is? Thank you for speaking to us. You must stay here and not follow us home. Oop, what's this about? Can you tell me goodbye? Goodbye. Miss Cruel? Is that what they said? Did you say my name? What color shirt am I wearing? Pink. They said pink. My dad's name is Alan. This is his first time here. Can you say his name? They're not saying it. Can you say Jessie? That's my name. Can you tell me, is there a... Right here in front of us? Is there a Bigfoot in these woods? Or a white thing? Hi. Jessie. Just said Jessie. Light. Can you tell me what your name is? Pierce? Are you one of the coolies? Amen. Jessie, can you tell me what this town used to be called, this little community? What was it? What's the name of it? What color shirt is my dad wearing? It's blue. Sound like they said blue twice. He's tromping around out there looking at the graves. Here's something else besides him, though. Your son. Jessie again. What's walking in the woods? I'm gonna film you coming up. Spirit. That looks pretty. You smoking your pipe, walking around out there in the light. Well, thank you for speaking to us. Goodbye. That was crazy. I said, what color shirt am I wearing? Pink. And the first thing, like as soon as I turned it on, I heard Miss Cool. And then I said, what color's my shirt? Shirt my dad's wearing, and I heard blue twice. That was crazy. I think they see Satanists will steal headstones too to use in their ceremonies. And that's what I think. Why you can tell there's a lot here that are missing headstones. And some of them was just rock. What's that? Baby, I guess. Okay guys, that's going to be it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Stay tuned for more coming soon. See you guys on the next one. Peace. And in order to get there, you have to go on what's called the Dragon. And it's a big road that the motorcyclists go on. They come from all over the world to Tennessee to ride this road. And we are at like a Harley Davidson gift shop place. Check it out, everybody here. Harley Davidson Dragon. When we drove by earlier, there was a partying going on up there. They had like a stage with singers and having something going on down here today on this road. So we're gonna keep continuing. We've already found the fort and some other cool places. So stay tuned, guys. This was a journey that I thought we were just going to go see a sunken town. I was going to do a little spirit box. Maybe we'll get something, maybe we won't. It ended up being, to me, in the end, more of a spiritual pilgrimage to honor those that have gone before us. I mean, my ancestor, that's a Cherokee, might have known these people, or at least would have heard of them. And it's something that no matter where you come from, it rings true to all of our hearts about peace, about love, and understanding each other, and not hate, not revenge, not an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It's about working things out. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful story. And I hope you enjoyed this journey as much as I did. It was beginning to be the time of the American Revolution. There was the 9 Years' War, the French and Indian Wars. The Cherokee decided to side with the British because they thought that by siding with them, it would get rid of these new white settlers. What they didn't realize was there was no stopping them. They were outnumbered. Due to some skirmishes here and there, mainly one in South Carolina where some Native American prisoners were killed, there was an attack on Fort Loudon in Tennessee that happened in 1760. It started in March and ended in August when they finally just had to surrender.
Sloped outward. That'd make it hard for somebody climbing from the outside.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. It almost makes it look like it wasn't good construction, but it had meaning.
Yeah, I saw a fort up in Canada. British built up there.
Good brick oven, man.
I don't know why we didn't think of it, but they built their forts out of treated wood and
stainless steel hardware. And I thought, God, what didn't we think of that? They hammered it together. It wasn't made out of what they did back in the day.
Right. I remember you telling me that now. Wow, yeah, that's up on a hill. Huh. I do smart thing, go up the stairs like Dad did.
Yeah, when they built Rainsville, there in that camp right there where the
There you go, there, man.
was built. And I looked around and thought, what in the world was Daniel Boone thinking? I wouldn't build a fort here. This place is in a floodplain. And then you study the history of it, and that's exactly what happened. It flooded, so they moved the fort to higher ground. But they built it there because it was right beside a salt lick. But I'm like, man, this place would be a swamp. That river comes up, and it did. Daniel Boone ought to know better than that.
They needed Daddy, the real Daniel Boone.
Yeah, you tell what Kenneth said.
Yeah, his friend Kenneth come up where we're fixing to go the other day, and he was worried about getting lost, and said he wasn't worried because he was with Daniel Boone.
I said, you know how to get back to the boat? He said, I don't need to, I'm with Daniel Boone.
Isn't that a beautiful sight? If y'all friends with my dad on Facebook, he'll have his pictures on there eventually. He's in there. Is it Alan W. Haggard or just Alan Haggard on your Facebook? I'll put a link down below to his Facebook if you want to see his pictures. I get my picture taken from my daddy. I let the titanium hip go first. That's what I was wondering, was there something back in there? You okay? Oh, my picture?
Yeah.
Where you want me to stand? You want me to put this camera down?
Oh, you good. You have to fort there in the background.
I was trying to see. Nah, it's just back up.
I think they'd pick flatter ground and put this silly thing on with it.
It goes freaking straight up, dude. Oh, man.
Those fellas were young back then, man.
Oh, tell you. They had strong muscled up hips and butts, I guess. Ooh, okay.
They didn't have no 69 and walking up down to like 18-year-olds.
Yeah. Could you imagine being up there and shoot people? Look at the view from here, guys. Isn't that beautiful? There's somebody talking somewhere.
Point out how the walls are sloped outward.
God, the spider webs. Yeah. Oh Lord, the bugs. That they built this. The Tellico Blockhouse was the United States fortification constructed in 1794 and used through 1807. Primarily, the Tellico Blockhouse served as a check against white settlement deeper into Cherokee lands. It also served as home of the Tellico Factory, a trading post and diplomatic station for the interactions between the Cherokee and federal government. The United States Army constructed the site during very uncertain times. Addressing fears over European meddling in the West, officials hoped that the blockhouse might foster peaceful ties with the Cherokee and curtail the rampant violence of the frontier. The garrison of American soldiers acted as a symbol of military power and the government's intent to keep order between the newly arrived settlers and native people. Additionally, the Tellico factory located inside the fort brought spinning wheels, cottonseed looms, and agricultural training to the Cherokee. These served to lighten stresses on local ecosystems caused by the fur trade and encouraged the Cherokee to adopt lifestyles similar to their neighbors. By 1807, few Cherokee lived in Little Tennessee River Valley. As a result, the Army relocated the garrison to the Hiwassee River. A few soldiers remained at the blockhouse through December 1811, but official gatherings took place elsewhere. Wow, that's a pretty good chunk. Look at that. You are here, and you guys walk all the way. They're pretty good little ways. So I'll get back to you when we get there.
This is used to be a whole fort here.
Right.
And, that marks the perimeter.
What is that down there? Yeah, okay. Wow. Oh my gosh. Holy crap, somebody stirred some little kids stirred their ball down in there. I don't know if you can see it. Ralph's fixing to go. The sign. Oh my goodness, they done fixed that flagpole. That thing about to fall over. That ain't nothing but a stick. It ain't metal, that's actual piece of wood up there. I've never seen that before, that's wild. Okay. Just taking you guys for a walk with me on this beautiful, cool day. I hope you're enjoying the historic videos. I know I like to post a lot of haunted stuff, but I like doing the historic too. And I know you guys miss that sometimes, so if you miss the historic videos and you like them, please smash that like button so I'll know that you enjoy these. Okay, so here we are at the water. Oh, Tellico Blockhouse, 1794 to 1807. So if people are on the boat, they can see it. Maybe we were over there instead of the other way. I think maybe we were over here. Or maybe the fort was that way, because I see cars and stuff. At this time, the main mother town for the Cherokee was Chota. And the chief there was Anagukula. He and his forces descended on Fort Loudon and took it over. Anagukula wanted peace at some point. Him and Akanasta decided to make a treaty to give up some lands that was hunting lands for the Cherokee to help make some peace. Anagukula had a son named Dragon Canoe who was a warrior, and he was very much against this treaty. He did not want to give up any lands. Due to this treaty, he was so upset, he separated ties from his father and created the Chickamauga Indians. They decided that they were going to get revenge as much as they could. Now, Dragon Canoe had a cousin, Anagukula's sister's daughter, Nanyehi. She was born in 1738, and from my research, so was Dragon Canoe. So I would imagine all of them living in Chota, growing up together. These two are probably more like brother and sister than cousins, but they had such opposing views. Dragon Canoe wanted revenge. He wanted blood for blood. Nancy could see the writing on the wall. She could see that there was no escaping these white people coming in. She did believe in retaining the lands, but she believed in peace. Nanyehi has a very interesting story. She was married to a warrior. Under Chief Akanastata, they decided to invade Georgia and battle the Creeks for some land. It was called the Battle of Taliwa. In that battle, Nanyehi's husband fell and passed away. Instead of giving up, she picks up his weapon and leads the Cherokee warriors onward to victory at Taliwa. Due to her brave acts, she was granted the name of Beloved Woman. And what this means is she was over the women's council. She could have say-so over prisoners. She was able to negotiate on behalf of the Cherokee. A beloved woman is also believed to hear from the Great Spirit and have the Great Spirit speak through them, just like the Christians would call a prophet. That's what she was considered to the Cherokees, was a prophet. It immediately felt hot. We've been so cool for so long.
Okay, right over there, you see the marker?
Oh yeah.
Now, right over here past these islands, about 15 years ago, they had some totem poles out there, and that marked the town of Chota. Those poles are gone now, but these markers are here marking. So the town was right here in this area.
Really?
And it consisted of 50, 55 buildings, something like that. 175 warriors were here. Nancy Ward lived here. So this is right out in this area right here where the town was.
Wow, so we're sitting literally on top of a flooded Native American town. Oh, and there's the chief's grave over there. I see it.
Yeah, we'll go over there and look at that. And we'll land over here out of the wind. I've got a place over there out of the wind, and we'll land there and walk through the woods.
Okay.
Might get you lost over there.
Okay. Good.
Take you to the train station.
There you go. Oh, God. I have to do some spirit box out here on the water on top of the town.
Yeah, we'll get right over here. I believe this is where the totem poles were, so you were literally right over here. There was one building that was like 90 feet long. And the Cherokee, you know, they weren't plains Indians. They didn't build their houses out of buffalo hides. They built them out of logs, the same material that the white men built theirs out of.
Uh-huh.
We're in about 6 feet of water right now. So when the water's down in the winter, you can walk around out here.
Really?
Yeah, mud out here, 4 feet, 3 feet. Water will come down that direction. Now, that's why you can't. They were in 2.5 feet of water. We're like,
oh.
Yeah, we just get drowned.
So can you see remnants of the town when the water's down? You can't.
Oh, it's all totally gone. We were just we're barely able to float right now, 1.5 foot of water.
Wow. I mean, it looks deep to me. I don't know. It don't look like it's snow.
It's all right. I won't have to throw your life jacket.
Okay.
You stand up.
How do y'all like my hair? It's all windblown.
Yeah.
Daddy's got him a flip going. I hadn't been on a boat in a long, long time. Used to go out every year.
Get over there and put the anchor out while you do your spirit thing.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll be drifting. And that comes down where we end up. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was driving here.
Really?
Neat looking. There's like half a dozen of them out here.
God, I'd have loved to seen them. But you said that was 15 years ago, right?
Yeah, about 15 years. Yeah,
I wonder if they pulled them up, put them in a museum.
I don't know. It might be somebody's yard art or something.
That sucks. Somebody did that.
Down before. I ran all these tributaries of the Tennessee River. That's how I found this place.
Yeah.
Exploring.
You just come along and you're like, holy crap, there's a totem pole in the water.
Yeah, like, wow, that's good. And I don't read Cherokee, but
yeah.
Cherokee writing all over and stuff. I'm going to put the anchor out and you do your thing.
Oh.
No, we'll end up
who knows
New
where?
Orleans or something.
So y'all, I'm going to do Spirit Box on top of the flooded town of Chota. And the vibe here, I mean, as soon as we come around that corner over there, I could just start feeling the vibe of this place. I don't know how to describe it. You just feel like you're at a place that's really important. Really great. So let's do this, guys. Okay, guys, I set my millimeter out. See if that might go off. Dad's gonna sit and have his pipe.
We're in 9.2 feet of water.
9.2 feet of water. If there are any spirits here, my name is Jessica. I mean no harm or disrespect. Look, we got a 0.4 on 11. Oh, what crap, it went to 20. Holy shizbit. 38. Are y'all saying that? 73. Do you have any equipment directly underneath there? Power-wise? You shouldn't be doing that.
You know, I'm liable to get my butt whipped for being here.
Why?
Well, when I was a kid, I was 6 years old, and they built a shopping center right at the end of the street called Eastgate. It's the first shopping center ever built in Chattanooga. And I would go down the street on my bicycle and I'd watch them work, and they would, bulldozers were out there knocking all this pine forest down. And one day it rained and nobody was out there. And I went out there, and my mother had read in the paper that they had found this Cherokee burial ground out there, and it was the Brainerd Mission, what it turned out to be. And she was talking about the Indians that were out there. So I was curious. And when the bulldozers were sitting out there and all these piles of logs and brush had piled up, but nobody was there. So I tried to ride my bicycle out there, and the mud got gummed up on the tires and the fenders to the point I had to drag my bike home. And I was about 8 inches taller because all the mud stuck on the bottom of my shoes. And I got home, and my mother whipped me like a yard dog. They want to know why I was out there in that muddy field, and I said I was looking for the Indians. And she said, there ain't no Indians, they're all gone. And she whipped me harder. So, I'm glad my mother ain't here. We get whipped right now.
Oh my God.
The Indians.
Oh my God.
I got my butt beat over them Indians.
That's so funny. That thing was beeping a little bit, and I stepped down to 0. Sometimes. It shouldn't have to have one. Who's here with us? Are you part of the Cherokee tribe? Do any of you know Nancy Ward? Dad's getting freaked out by their market. A lot of people use this. Do you know Chief Dragon Canoe? How many of you are here? Do you like us visiting your home? Angry. Well, we're gonna walk around and look in the woods. Is that okay? And visit your chief's grave. Well, thank you for speaking to us, but you must remain here and not follow us home. In the name of Jesus. Dad's a skeptic. He don't know what to think. Thank you. Goodbye. But we'll listen to it back, see? And you can sometimes hear things in the moment, but a lot of times you gotta listen to it back. So if you didn't hear anything real well, listen to it back with headphones on, earbuds in. But it's just so weird that hadn't been moving much at all. But anyway, that was really weird how it started going. As soon as I told them we would start talking to them, so very interesting. But we're going to explore the grounds here too and the woods, so let's go do that. Okay guys, we just docked right here. I'm leaving my stuff in the boat. I'm sure it will be fine because we're in the middle of freaking nowhere. We're taking a travel through the woods.
You know, I don't know if all you fans know this, but I look for stuff like this. History just
I know.
Me and they sent me all over East Tennessee at one time training people how to locate and bury trucks and use test equipment. So I would spend, you know, they say, you want a motel or you want the cash? I said, give me the cash. Because motels drove me nuts after about 2 days. So I would camp out all winter in a campground, and people couldn't believe I was out there in the cold camping. But they said, you know, what do you do out there? Ain't it boring? I said, no, man, you got, and I carried a cheap bag of dog food, throw it out in the woods, and I had deer and skunks and everything you can believe, you know, kept me company. And, anyway, there was some Cherokee Indians there, and they had a powwow, and they invited me to the powwow. And we sat around beating drums and throwing tobacco on them, chanting and all that. And I kept asking questions because I just couldn't, you know, get enough. So the woman that was in charge of them, she was Chief 5 Stars of the Buffalo Creek Band of Eastern Cherokees. And she named me Truth Searcher. That's how I got my Indian name.
And where was this at? North Carolina?
No, it was up at on the hill above Norris Dam.
Oh.
It's on the Flint River.
The Flint River?
Flint River.
I don't know exactly what he said. We're going in the jungle now.
We'll ask Ken if he knows the way back to the boat.
Oh, I know, right? And he said he didn't have to worry about it because he's with you okay?
I'm with Daniel Boone. What? Briars. Nope.
Is it off of you?
Briars.
No, honey, I've been eating them briars like nothing compared to old Satan's house, man. Went there. These trees are spooky as hell, man. This looks like a good place to have a witch's house.
Look at that tree.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, how straggly that tree is.
Yeah.
Now, people think, I mean, this is nothing right here. But you get in the woods and people wonder how you keep from getting lost. That's a road sign, just like 50
Yeah.
miles. You look for stuff like that. And
yeah.
There's road signs everywhere out here.
Look at that tree. Oh my gosh.
You remember stuff like that, you're never lost until you can't find your way back.
Yeah, right. There's some spooky woods, guys. They're pretty, but creepy as hell. Oh my gosh, look at all that. Let's walk up here and see what we find. I reckon I wasn't thinking about it.
You see that pine tree?
Yeah.
Right there, remember that? Right the boat in this tree right here.
Yeah. The little honeysuckles. Oh, they smell so good. I hadn't eaten on a honeysuckle and I don't know when. Yeah. You pull out that yellow part out of the middle and suck on that sucker. It's good. We did that all the time as kids. Wow. Here we are. Look at all the people brought him stuff. This was their chief. Probably their last chief, I guess. People have given him rocks and flowers. And I don't know how to say it. Akonostota?
Akonostota.
Yeah. Great War of the Cherokees. Look how they did a stone. That's cool. You know, this feels like to me, walking through the woods and you come out to a big circle. I feel like I'm at Pet Cemetery. Cherokees in the Little Tennessee Valley. We have the Deer Clan, the Wild Potato Clan, let's see, the Wolf Clan, the Paint Clan, the Bird Clan, the Long Hair Clan, and the Blue Clan. Now I think Nancy Ward was she of the Wolf Clan? I think she was. Does somebody actually like burn things out here?
I don't know what that...
Because that looks like ashes, don't it?
Yeah, I don't know what that signifies. It may be some ceremonial thing.
Yeah, they come out here and maybe honor them every once in a while and burn a fire.
They have the eternal flame. You know what that is?
Yeah, stuff burning all the time.
Well, it was taken from
the Cherokee
that?
campfire, and the eternal flame was carried. The fire never stopped, and they carried it all the way to Oklahoma when the Indians were sent out.
Oh.
Now there's an eternal flame, and all of these were lit from the original Cherokee campfire, and they've never gone out. And that right now, some of them are gas powered, but they were lit from the original flame.
Wow.
And there's one up in Cherokee where they put on the play under these hills.
In North Carolina, yep, in Smokies.
And then down in Georgia, just over the line, what's the name of that place? Red Clay. That was where the Cherokees met. They had councils down there. There's one there. Those are the only two that I know of around here, but I know there's one in Oklahoma. So.
That's amazing. That's crazy.
Flame has never gone out and it's carried from one place to another.
That is wild. Somebody's shooting it up out there. Spirits of the Cherokee. I do have Cherokee blood in me. What in the hell? Could you speak to me inside of my camera? I'm gonna see if I can find something in the woods. Something to place on their graves to honor them. There's nothing really here but pine cones. I don't know what's good or what's offensive. Here we have some. Oh man, what is that? Dude. There's a freaking eggshell. Crazy. Here. This might be a good rock. Here you are, dear chief. Gave him a rock. I need to find something set in the center. It's kind of weird. You're supposed to set that rock down. It's like the wind's picking up on the water. Ooh, get away, bug. Let that pine cone there. I was saying something was on here at one time. Isn't that a shame? Wow. Look at that view. That is just beautiful and serene. These poor people. Our next stop is to the grave of Nancy Ward. Now, she did remarry an Irish trader, which was already married to a white woman, but anyway, she did marry him, had a child with him. Nancy helped sign a peace treaty in 1781 with the Americans, because even though Dragon Canoe was more on the side of the British, wanting them to win this revolution, Nancy was on the side with the white settlers. So she was on the side of the Americans. And due to her patriotic acts, she saved a woman that was captured at Fort Watauga. She helped warn those settlers before the attack that it was going to happen. They were going to burn this woman, and she had the power to say, no, that's not going to happen, because she was the beloved woman. So she took the woman into her home, nursed her. The woman helped show her how to do certain type of weaving, how to have dairy cows. They learned a lot of stuff from this woman. And she was just all about for peace everywhere she could be. She was trying to do a treaty one time with John Sevier, that the town Sevierville is named after. And he was very shocked that they sent a woman to help do these negotiations. And she was shocked because she was like, where's your women? Why aren't they here? She firmly believed that women had the power to be at peace, to be the ones to force peace, to encourage it, that it was up to the women and that everybody should listen. And it was during a time when women really weren't heard. So due to her patriotic acts, she was given the title of Patriot by the daughters and the sons of the American Revolution. And as you'll see at her gravesite, they honor her there. And her 5th great-granddaughter is Beth Chapman. She's a singer-songwriter in Nashville. She wrote a play called The Beloved Woman of the Cherokee about her grandmother, about her life growing up. I've not been able to find the play online, but snippets. But the music's on there, and it's just wonderful. It really, really is. You know that women are always looked upon as nothing, but we are your mothers, you are our sons. Our cry is all for peace. Let it continue. This peace must last forever. Let your women's sons be ours, our sons be yours. Let your women hear our words. Non Yehi, also known as Nancy Ward. Hey guys, what is up? It's your girl Jessie here. I am at the grave of Nancy Ward. So here's the sign. It says, High Priestess of the Cherokees and always loyal friend of white settlers is buried on the ridge to the west. She repeatedly prevented massacres of white settlers and several times rescued captives from death at the hands of her people. She's also credited with the introduction of milk cows and many improvements in homemaking into the Cherokee economy. Five Killer Son. I feel, brother. That's just a memorial thing, right? That ain't the actual grave. So her inn was somewhere around here that she had before she passed away. Our cry is all for peace. Nancy Ward, aka Nanya, Long Island of the Holston. So there's the cemetery way up there.
She was probably one of the most famous Cherokee Indians.
She really was. Oh, that's all in Cherokee there. Beloved mother, we love you until we meet again, your grandchildren. Wow. Ben Hampton did a painting on what?
Nancy Ward. He
did he?
Yeah, just for her.
Oh.
I think that may happen right up in my house.
Wait a minute. Is that her in that painting? I know, because I've seen that painting all my life.
Yeah,
that's Nancy Ward. Holy crap.
And I think 5 Killer and Longfellow are in it too.
Burial site of Nancy Ward. How'd you find out that it was Nancy's painting? Does it say on your painting?
I bought it from Ben Hampton, you know. Her mother used to, every time he come up with a new painting,
she was on his list, and she would take me over there with her.
Yeah, I remember when I was little going to a Ben Hampton store all the time.
Well, we went through his house.
Well, maybe that's where I was
bought
at.
directly from him.
Did he live kind of close to where we used to live?
He lived, I can't remember where he lived.
But did you carry me there before?
No, I don't think I ever took
Oh.
I just went there with Mother. She was on his list. She was one of his favorite fans, and so she was on his list. She got a card in the mail every time he had a new painting come out.
Really?
And she would take me over there and I'd buy.
So y'all would just go straight to this freaking house and buy them?
I bought several.
Oh my God.
But this is where they are right here.
Oh, is that her there, or is that just a...
No, this is her.
Really?
There's Longfellow 5 killer.
So you can't actually walk up there?
Well, you can't go in there, but you can walk around it.
Wow. Oh God, that scared the hell out of me. Look at that. You got a little Indian head poked out right there. I was like, what in the heck? Daughters of the American Revolution. So she died in 1822 in appreciation for her contribution and her culture and her people. They put that there in 2018. There's something over there, I guess there was flags there at one time that look like there are now. Hope I don't get in trouble walking on this. Don't look like they've planted anything. What does that say? Patriot. Y'all can see it. Wow. Priestess and prophetess of the Cherokee Nation, the Pocahontas of Tennessee, the constant friend of the American pioneer, 1738 to 1822. So this one was erected 1923. Here's Longfellow. Five-killer Private Morgan Jr.'s Cherokee Indian War of 1812. Right by this really old tree, man. So somewhere down in through here is where her inn used to be. Did someone hang up sage? This is sage. Someone hung this up and burnt it for her here. I probably shouldn't even be touching it. See, here's one they burnt up. They've been hanging up sage and burning it for her. How about that? Never seen that at a graveyard before. That's really cool. Here's one there that sold leather. Wished I'd known that. I brought some sage and come burn it for her. Okay guys, I'm going to try to do some spirit box here. I'm real excited to be here at the grave of such a great lady, so I hope you want to speak to me. Somebody burnt some sweet grass for her. Are we speaking to Nancy? Thank you for all you do for everybody, for peace. I would have brought you some sage if I known they were burning some by your grave. You're a hero to me, girl. they're well on the other side. What advice would you like people to know about today? Are you at peace where you are now? Do you still watch over your people? Your descendants? You must be a very brave soul. To do what all you did. A woman of much honor and respect. Thank you for speaking to me. It was such an honor to come here. May the Great One be with you. Goodbye. That was pretty wild. I think I got a lot of really good stuff there. It's just really cool to be here, guys. I'm going to show you more of the place. Dad's got some drone shots, so I hope you enjoyed this little visit to Miss Nancy Ward's grave and the history, guys. Until next time, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
There's a message drifting in the air. If you listen, you will notice music everywhere. This bridge is made of hope. This bridge is made
Please help save Antoinette Hall. Consider booking a ghost tour, buying merchandise, or giving a donation on their website at AntoinetteHall.com. Link is below in the description. Thank you so much.
Which one of you guys is going to protect me?
I got you. Okay. Oh, wow.
Dad says those were definitely boots.
Yeah, they sounded like heavy boots, but we came out and nobody had any boots on. And when they came out of the attic, I said, "Let me see your feet," and they had tennis shoes on.
Yeah.
And
We have a spirit that we affectionately call Mr. Nasty. He is a male spirit that is very possessive of his space. He doesn't like people in it. He doesn't really like men at all.
What's the matter? Are y'all done?
Yeah, that was a lot.
I'm going to go upstairs and do a little bit of a lone challenge because I know nobody's up there right now.
Okay guys, what I'm attempting to do is record in this room. What I'm attempting to do is record in this room.
Imagine that you're a member of Historical Society and you decide to come to Pulaski, Tennessee to lease out a building for arts and entertainment. As you're signing the lease, you notice the top of the building seems to have another structure above. You ask the owner, "What is up there?" He replies, "I don't know. I've never been there." So you climb the stairs leading to a bolted door. The owner unbolts the door, and you enter to see old office buildings. But then what catches your eye are these two tall, majestic doors. The owner unbolts them. To your amazement and astonishment, you see an old, abandoned opera house. This building was constructed in the 1800s. As Antoinette Hall. It later became known as the Pulaski Opera House. It closed its doors in the 1930s due to the popularity of movies overtaking art and opera and plays. The owners put plastic on the floor, bolted the buildings, and the old opera house was forgotten to time. But as you look into restoring this so beautiful place, you find out it's not only full of history, but of spirits as well. Join me as we go on a tour and paranormal investigation of Antoinette Hall and its basement. In this series, we'll discover the history, delve into what lurks in the basement, and what spirits remain in the hall itself, under what is now the Star Theater. In this first video, we'll be learning about the history of the hall and of the town, and the spirits that dwell within. Let's get started.
Now, sit or stand, whatever makes you comfortable. So first of all, thank you all for coming. Your ticket, or however you want to put it, is a donation to Antoinette Hall. We, as a team, the home team here, and we're PPF Investigations, if anybody wants to follow us on social media, we appreciate it. We donate our time. We don't make any money from this. We feel that it is a cause that needs to be saved, and when you get upstairs, you'll see why. We need about $10 million to save this historic location, so we appreciate you coming in and donating. Early 1868, there was a fire in the square. It burnt down this whole side of the square,
And we'll see remnants of that when we get downstairs because they built right over the burnt foundation. So this building was erected in 1868, opened its doors on December 25th. Mr. Cox was the original owner. He wanted to bring more culture to Pulaski, so he decided to build an opera house. He did name it after his wife, who was Antoinette. This downstairs here was kind of like a five and dime type store. Next door where the attorney's office is, that was a bank. There also is rumors that there was a toy store kind of in the basement, but again, whatever we can find in history, that's what we kind of have to go by. We don't know for sure. I'm lucky enough to work with a local historian here, so a lot of the things that you guys get as evidence, I can take back to the historian and try to match it up, and I'll give you examples of that as we go along. So December 25th, 1868, the doors opened. Went through 7 different owners, was never really profitable. They brought in all different kinds of acts, everything from musicians to opera to stage shows. It just never was profitable and changed hands. Closed its doors in the early 1930s and was not opened again until about 14 years ago. The current owners are a historical society. When they came into Pulaski, they were looking for a place to put a theater, came across this building, came in here, yes, we can build a stage here, we can do this. Went outside to sign the lease, looked up and said, what's upstairs? The current owner at the time was like, I don't know, never been up there. Let's go up and see. Went in, and as you go in, there is office space on both sides. Saw double doors in front of them that were bolted. What's in there? I don't know. Again, never been in there. Took bolt cutters, cut it open, and found Antoinette Hall. So she had been sitting since the 1930s until about 13, 14 years ago. So there is remnants of that, have people that have been in there. There are names on the walls with dates. So there were some people in there in the 80s, probably broke in and vandalized a little bit. But so with that being said, we have, and you'll have access to all of upstairs. There is a balcony area which you can go in as well. You'll have access to the main theater here and in the basement. So you've got lots of space spread out. You guys will have free reign to go wherever you would like. With that being said, what may you experience tonight? We've got a couple different spirits upstairs. We call them our main residents. We have a spirit that we affectionately call Mr. Nasty. I don't know if anybody read on their website. He is a male spirit that is very possessive of his space. He doesn't like people in it. He doesn't really like men at all. We suggest that you do not provoke him. He will make you physically sick to the point of vomiting. He has been known to scratch and push people. I call him more of a creeper. You kind of feel like he comes up behind you and shows his presence. He's big, this is my space. Interesting side note to Mr. Nasty. We had a medium come in, and whether you believe in mediums or not, and said that Mr. Nasty doesn't like you to call him Mr. Nasty, he's a previous owner. So I went in with my team, and which is all female, and we went in there and we called out the names of the owners. And when we got to T.H. May, which is Thomas H. May, we audibly heard a male's voice. We were recording it. When we listened back, it said correct answer. So we know who it is. And which makes sense. It was his theater. He likes his space. He likes it. He doesn't want anybody in it. We don't know whether he sees it the way that it is now or the way that it was, but regardless, it's his space. So hopefully you will encounter him. He does show himself as cold spots, and if it's very hot up there, if you come across a cold spot, you'll know it's not not something of this world. But I will show you the hot spots that he normally hangs out in. So hopefully you will encounter him tonight. Again, I would suggest not to provoke him. The second spirit that you may come in contact with is Josie or Josette. She is from the 1800s time period. Mr. May is also in that time period when he owned the theater. She either worked here or lived in the area. She has told us that she had an affair with a married man and that she did have a child. So I took this information to the historian and I said, here's what I got. And they came back, they found a Jessie Phelps that lived her whole life in Pulaski, actually lived a couple blocks down the street. The 1910 census tells us that she was unmarried, lived with her cousins, and made her own money. Now, what's a woman in 1910 going to do to make her own money? I think she was a taken care of woman. So she is here. She's buried in the local cemetery here, so she never left. She died in the 1940s of throat cancer. And if you experience her, she likes flashlights. She will light them up. She will sometimes do the dowsing rods, but she likes more of the flashlight interaction, especially if you put them along the stage. Now, if Mr. Mays will allow her to speak, we don't know if there was a connection there. Mr. Mays was married, but that doesn't mean anything. So we don't know whether they were really within the same time period, if they could see each other. But sometimes he won't allow her to come in. We have picked her voice up audibly in there, along with his, as I said before. So if you interact with her, she's very kind, she's very subtle. She's not like guns blazing, gonna light up everything. It's kind of get used to you and then come into a conversation. The third spirit that you may encounter up there is from a earlier time period. We would go up there and we kept getting a child spirit, a little girl. She's very playful, likes a lot of light up things like a child would. She likes to play with dowsing rods. She actually likes to spin them. And she's told us that she's between the ages of 6 and 8, and she died in a car accident. So again, I took this information to the historian, and she's like, you need to talk to the owner about this. So I went to the owner, and the owner was like, oh my God. We had a child actress who was 8 years old. Her name was Lily, and she died in a car accident 3 years ago. She loved to be here. She loved to act. And she's still here today. She likes to play. This is her magical world. And it's just interesting how the spirit can give us information and we can match it. So I will show you where she normally hangs out. We have heard her footsteps. We've caught giggles on EVPs. We've seen shadow figures run through the hallways. She will occasionally, if I'm up there, come up and hold my hand just because I'm here all the time. She's used to me. But again, she's a child. She does like to play with things. So that's what you may encounter upstairs. Downstairs in the basement, well, let's do this floor. And you're more than welcome to investigate up here. Not a lot happens up here. We've heard the piano towards the bathroom do a few keys. About a month ago, I heard some knocking right up here as we were just sitting in here talking. But not a lot happens in this area. But again, if you want to investigate, we'll turn off the lights and let you do your thing. The basement is a completely different story. Basements are creepy. We get that. We have been told by several different mediums that have come in that there is a vortex in the basement. There's an area, which I will show you, where you will get K2 hits, REM pot hits, a lot of spirit box chatter. Flashlights, dowsing rods, everything. And a vortex is like an open door. Anything can come through, okay? We've also been told that there is an element in the basement. And if those of you who are not familiar with an element is a spirit that never took human form. And that would kind of make sense because another part of history of Pulaski, and I don't know if you know Pulaski's the home of the KKK. So there sure was a lot of things that weren't written about and weren't documented in this town. We're right across the street from the courthouse, so I'm sure lots of things happened on this land that were never documented. But let's go farther back in history. We are located on the Trail of Tears. We know the Cherokee Indians summered here and were moved through this area. So would an element be unrealistic to think that was conjured up by Native Americans and stayed here? No. And also in the basement, we have been told that there is an Indian chief and an Indian girl. So you may interact with them tonight, but again, with a vortex or a portal, anything can come through.
Last time I was here, they talked to a friend of a girl that was investigating that had been murdered, and she was doing a flashlight like crazy. So
We've also
it's
had
like anybody could come with them.
things thrown at people downstairs, rocks, pieces of brick from the walls, chairs that people have been sitting in have been shaken, shadow figures. So it is a different environment downstairs. A little bit darker. Nothing to really be, like there's nothing demonic here, otherwise I wouldn't do these. It's just be a little bit more aware that there's something a little darker down there than what you'll find upstairs. And that's it. That's my end of my spiel. So I'm going to take you guys. I'm going to take you guys on a tour, let you see the areas that you can go through. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. Any trash, any batteries that you change out, please just pick them up. Otherwise, we have to go behind you and pick them up. Not allowed to go on stage to investigate. This is a working theater. So there are props, there are costumes. I know it's really exciting just to want to try them on and take pictures and post them, but please don't do that. Any door that's closed backstage, please do not enter. And upstairs, we do have metal cables that are holding the walls up. You can go under them, just don't like not stand on them, but bounce on them or lean against them. They are holding the walls up. The stage slants for a reason, so people can see people performing towards the back, and then the floor actually, where the seats would be, does have the opposite slant. Just be mindful of your footing. You can go up into the basement, but the railing is probably only about to your knees. So if you have any kind of vertigo, or if it's kind of a fun house effect because it does lean in, just stick to the wall, closer to the wall, okay? There are patches of wood that are a little bit more deteriorated than others, but nothing is unsafe where you can't go. Just be mindful of your steps. Okay, any questions before?
Is there we got extra cameras that we can leave, or something that we can leave in a place? Where would be the most likely place to leave something?
To be honest with you, I would not leave them in the actual opera house, because if you've got any kind of night vision, it's just dust galore. It just looks like it's snowing. Okay. Any of the outer offices is probably going to be a better bet to leave them, or you can leave them downstairs in the basement.
Do y'all see orbs in the basement? Just speaking of the basement, or?
I personally have not seen any orbs out. I don't really like the basement. I try not to go down there. I especially do not go down there by myself.
That's where I'll be when I'm investigating.
But I have had people say that they have seen them. They've actually, one lady came up and said that she saw like a floating head, like when someone puts a flashlight under their chin. She saw a head kind of floating by. I was like, that's just another reason for me not to go down there.
That's probably linked to the. That's probably linked to the vortex, you know.
I hear things.
I'm Cherokee, so that's where
Like I said, I'm here by myself a lot. I hear things and I try to be like, yeah, I didn't hear that. There was one time I was like setting up my t-shirts and I hear like the Predator clicking noise behind me. I'm like, not turning around. But they do that. They do that to get your attention. I don't know that they do that to scare you. They might think it's funny. I don't know. But I'm like, when I call my friend, I'm like, you need to come now. There's predators here. But there's nothing here that's, like I said, demonic. Nobody's been possessed. I mean, it's just, they're trying to get your attention. Any other questions? Ready to go? Okay. Like I said, up here you can investigate if you'd like. We're gonna go down to the basement first, and then to go into the opera house, we have to go outside, up and around. Okay. All right, let's go. This way, please. Let's go.
Okay.
Jane, is this your water?
No.
That was mine. Oh, okay. Okay. You guys ready?
Lead the way on the spook train. Okay guys, so we have lightning and storms around us, which is super awesome because that means the spirits can harness that energy to manifest. Because I see something black, because your shirt's lit up, you know, I saw something black go past me. Yeah.
You ain't gonna hide in the dark, you real blood.
It blocked that little bit of your wording. It was like a quick, weird. It was like a quick whoosh.
Like a shadow.
Yeah. Please help save Antoinette Hall. Consider booking a ghost tour, buying merchandise, or giving a donation on their website at AntoinetteHall.com. Link is below in the description. Thank you so much.
You guys can investigate down here. There is a room back in there. If you want to go back in there, you're more than welcome. And again, just mind your footing. There is props and stuff laying around. So obviously this is a storage area, but it is the way to the basement. So.
Flashlight, it ain't much of a count, but
I'm not gonna run off from Dad this time.
Yeah,
I know.
I told you I'll steal him because he can scout me out some old abandoned places.
Hey, there you go. I saw a few on the way down here.
A lot of history here.
I saw that old graveyard too.
Me too. I know.
Oh man.
You see the showgirls place? No. I bought that. I was scared I won't find the showgirls place.
If we look up, they built right over the charred wood.
See the
Oh my word! Look at that. Yeah.
Any type of natural material can hold memories, residue. This could have that effect.
It feels like it, don't it?
Over in this area,
I can never hear something.
Again, there's a lot of stuff behind the footing, but there is dirt floor. So we have natural environment, dirt in this area, which could account for it.
Look at that old brick. Like somebody, you can't, I can see it with my eyes, but my phone's not seeing it.
Well, he was chivalrous.
So down here towards the back, where all the chairs are, this is the vortex area. So if you are down here, set yourself up on this spindle, you'll get hits.
Turn that flashlight on and turn it on and off.
Weird things.
Look at these things.
Obviously, I was telling us
It's a different
Yeah.
vibe down here. It's heavier. It's just a heavier environment.
We heard footsteps upstairs when we were here last time too.
I heard them this morning.
Did you?
Then I realized there were people up there. I was like, real people up there. They were doing that photo.
Well, there wasn't when we were here, so. Thank you. Yeah.
Alright. Like I said, you'll have access here and in the other side of the building. Alright, we're gonna head back up. I'm recording now. Okay. Thank you, hon. You'll probably hear them moving around upstairs. Yeah, till they get their stuff. Okay, Dad, we are going to lay some of these things out.
If I had to stay down here where it's hot, I'd be pissed off too.
Oh, dadgummit, I did have a regular flashlight in here. Wouldn't you know it? That bear's gonna come out us corn. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I can sit for you, it's okay. I'll turn this stuff on. Will you remind me of your names?
Huh?
Remind me of your names.
Alan.
Alan?
Alan.
And
Miss Jessica.
Jessica and Alan. Thank you.
Yeah, she's
Kathy, Jennifer, and Jane.
Yeah, Jennifer, I got a daughter named Jennifer, that'll be easier.
Get out my SB7. I'm looking for my cord that goes in. SB7. I'm looking for my cord that goes in it.
You ever come visit me when I'm dead?
Oh.
You need to ask Johnny and Jamie why they killed herself, okay?
Uh-oh. Is that me? Hi there. How are you? They're touching the antenna. The only way you can make it go off is you come that close to it, and then it's got I don't know if you can see it, but it's got the temperature, and then so it's about 74 in here right now. Okay. And if this goes a bunch of orange lights, it means they're you know, that's
this right
motion.
Here, that's a bunch of orange. Okay.
Yeah, that's the EDI or whatever that what they use on ghost hunters all the time.
And what do you hear?
And
Do I need to move that away further? I think. And we also have this speaker thing that she has the headphones to.
Oh yeah.
And I've asked her when she hears something to just say it out
do
loud.
that method. Yeah, I like doing that too.
I just heard something.
Good.
I don't know what it said. It was a male voice. Oh, it's going off. The ball's going off. Uh-oh. Hi there. I'm Jane.
Oh.
There we go.
Dad, can you film with this camera when you see stuff go off? Hold on. You can hold it by that, or you can hold it by these things on the side.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it's recording right now. My name is Jessica, and I don't mean any harm or disrespect. You're welcome to play with the toys, play with the teddy bear, touch our stuff like you've been doing. Who's here with us? Get out of here? That's what it sounded like. Can you tell us what your name is? We mean no harm or disrespect. are here with us tonight. So, yeah, sometimes I can hear it better when I listen to it back. I can slow it down because they talk really fast. How many women are here with us? Two women. How many men? They're trying. How many men are here? Are there any children here? Are you happy where you are? Don't know. I can't make out anything. Would any child like to touch my bear, or anyone like to touch my bear? It won't hurt you. Or you can touch my bone before it just lights up. I heard you like lights. Thank you for talking.
This is making like, I don't want to say noises, but like, you know how like you turn a radio like a little
Jim? Yeah. That's what I heard. I heard Jim. Hi there. I'm Jane. Would you like to touch the ball on the floor, the teddy bear?
Ooh, that was footsteps.
Where? From what direction? It wasn't me moving the chair, was it?
Do it again. No.
Not that.
Mm-mm. This was in stereo, like.
Oh.
I don't know where that was coming from.
Are you down here walking among us?
I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That just went on.
Yep.
What did?
The motion light.
sensor.
Oh. Sensor light. Hi there.
I didn't know we had
I see
one.
that
Yep,
you're
I just
here.
put it there.
Here, hand me that phone just a second. I'll put the microphone in a second. I'll click it. What was that? I heard it too. And also there was a temperature change for a second. It's going up to 6 and then back dancing. Hi, I couldn't make out what you said. I'm sorry. If you don't mind repeating. Is there a gym here?
Yes.
Hi. Hi there.
Hi, Jim.
You want to play with me and my toys?
Yeah.
If you're here, can you make the little ball light up that's in the floor?
Oh, there's
Did
the
you do
light.
that? Thank you.
Me.
Thank you.
You think it was you?
Yeah.
I don't know, because it's pointing this
No,
way.
you have to be right next to it for it to go off.
Are there any children here? Hello. Hi. Kids. I heard that too. Something kids. Are you sick? Brave. What year is it for you? Bill? Josie? Is there Josie upstairs? Is this Josie? Josette? Is that you, Josette? Sound like, I'm full of wisdom. What do you say?
The light reflection, and sometimes it'll come and go off. It'll be there, and then it's like something breaks it, like it's gone.
Maybe I got it on film. I hope so.
Now it's back.
I'm full of wisdom. What do you say?
The light reflection, and sometimes it'll come and go off. It'll be there, and then it's like something breaks it, like it's gone.
Maybe I got it on film. I hope so.
Now it's back.
Will someone turn on that light again?
Citizen keeps coming through.
Or touch these devices on the table.
I seen what y'all seen just now.
What was it? Over to the left.
There's like a light flashing. The last time I saw something like that, I got a woman in white coming out and back in. Are you darting in and back out at the end of the hall? Light. I see you, and my eyes are not good, and I still see you. Feel free to come down here. We're not going to hurt you. There's more. Come on over here.
It's okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
We don't have anything that'll hurt you. We come with good intentions.
You can see our reports are good. I think it keeps happening. What kind of help do you need? How can we help you?
It's like
kill.
That's what I thought.
Were you killed? Are you a victim? Oh.
Hi there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Were you a Confederate spy?
No.
I'll have to slow this down.
Because it's so quick.
Yeah, you'd be amazed at what you hear when you slow it down and listen back. Were you killed in the Civil War? What was that? Did you hear that rumble?
Yeah.
Hi. Are you from this world? Or are you from the vortex?
One.
Hello.
Were you? Are you human?
Yes.
You okay, Dad?
This is where the Indian is, right? The chief?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've never, stuff coming out of that I hadn't heard ever.
Are there any Native Americans here? No. Are there any people who were killed in lynchings by the KKK?
Don't be afraid of us. We're here to help. I'll turn this off. I don't get nothing out of that.
No. Can I wear this? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Feel free to talk to her on her device too.
Clicking noises like that. It doesn't work. Nothing's going through.
Will you turn my light on again?
Temperatures. Take your temperature's gone down.
Are you trapped here? Yes.
I thought I heard big dog.
I thought
Sorry if I'm getting in anybody's face. Can you walk out in front of my camera? It's also listening for voices. Let's see. Oop, I did that. Can you step out in front of my light? You can step out in front of the camera so we can see you. If I see anything pop up, I'll holler at y'all. Oh. Thanks to that noise. Can you step out in front of my camera? I just heard something above us. Did y'all hear that?
Maybe like a chair moving or something.
Let me turn around and look at y'all.
Did you just make the teddy bear come on?
I could have, yeah. You get a little bit close to it, it comes on. It should be mapping you guys out, but it's not. Why is it not mapping y'all out? Okay, guys, so we have lightning and storms around us, which is super awesome because that means the spirits can harness that energy to manifest.
On here?
Dad's not sure what he thinks. I think he's wore out already.
on this, I guess it was. I don't know if it was on there. But Jen and I both heard the sound of a REM pod. That high pitch.
Well, you remember I heard the sound through my left ear that way earlier to the left of me.
It said REM pod.
That's so weird.
Thank you for lighting that up. Effect. AFFECT.
What? Did y'all see my light?
What happened?
It blinked. It went shush, shush. I did not do that. Look, my hand's nowhere near the... Yeah, they said it does a lot of that down here. Oh, weird.
Allow.
We shot at the Enterprise River.
my light blink again a little bit?
No.
Look at it. Oh, wow. I mean, I saw it that time.
Maybe it's not screwed in. It didn't have to be screwed in.
Can you do that to my light again?
Oh, weird.
Okay, so I did an EVP down there.
What'd you find?
I don't know. We're gonna listen back and see what it says.
My name's Jessie. I mean, no harm
Did y'all hear something? It sounded like laughing.
Yeah.
Brad. It says Brad. Does anyone know Brad?
Can you tell me what your name is, please?
I don't know what that is.
I do too.
Brad, were you shot? That was creepy. There was something there. I don't know what it was. Show you guys what it looks like down here. Living room, bedroom 1 and 2. Oh, it's so creepy down here. So, they built this place on top of a fire. So the charred stuff you see is part of the fire. I just wanted to bring you down here and show you the area. Oh my God, there's creepy dolls. Oh, holy crap. We have creepy dolls. It was right about here where I got that EVP too. I'm walking fast because I'm so creeped out. There's dolls in the corner. You turn a corner and there's dolls there. Like these little mannequin things. I was like, dude, there's dolls. Oh my God. Have you got any more words? Gone silent. You're really.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
There we go. Thank you. Wow. Can you bring it back down to the green so we can ask another question? Are you Native American? Are you a soldier? Are you African American? Yes. Were you killed by racists?
Were you killed by white men? I'm sorry for that.
Can you go back down to the green? Were you hung?
If you were hung, will you make it go red? I didn't hear what that said.
Were you shot? Go to the red if you were shot. Yeah, it went all the way to the red.
I heard it say yeah or something like that. We were so sorry.
Did you have children? Make it go to the red if you had children. Were you a male? Did you have a wife?
Nothing.
Can you make it go down to the green? Did your wife die with you? Did she die before you? Did she die after you? Not really getting a response.
Were you under 20 when you died? The age of 20? Were you younger than 20? Were you older than 20? Make it go to the red if you were older than 20 when you were shot.
Are you still here with us? Might be done. Oh.
Yes.
If you have the energy to do so and will to, could you please speak in that camera that I've got on the table?
I didn't understand what he said.
Or maybe touch one of these devices on the table, make the light come on.
They're like a lantern.
Like a torch.
Yeah. You just gotta tap on it or turn it the end a little.
Can you go back down to green?
Are there others with you? Ooh.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Will you let it go back down to green? Please?
Almost. There you go.
Were you properly buried? Yeah.
Yeah?
I think
That's
what I
good.
heard. I'm grateful for that.
Are you buried here in Pulaski?
No. I heard no.
Oh, it went up there.
But it's lit.
Go back to
maybe
green, please.
maybe near.
Maybe, yeah.
Because I'm sure it wasn't as big as it is now.
Were you a slave?
Yes. Just from that. Not pages.
What's the last name of your master?
I didn't make it out.
Can you repeat it so that we can try to understand?
Was he a cruel master? Was he a just master? Can you bring it down to green for me one more time? Bring it down to green. I have a question, please. I want to see if you'll light it up if it's yes, if you don't mind. Can you bring it down to green?
Do you smell like maple syrup? I don't smell it anymore.
Was that maple syrup you? Can you take it back down to green, please?
Almost smelled like that candle Sheila gave me for Christmas.
Did your master kill you?
Yeah.
You said yeah?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What's your name? What's your name? Can you tell us on the box?
Is that really them walking around up there?
I'm sure it is.
You think it is sad? We're fixing to have to leave. And this is your last chance to communicate with us. So. Is that? I don't know if I'm saying something or what, but I could have sworn. Did that again? Move your arm, Dad. No. Are you moving your arm?
I just moved my arm.
Okay. Well, a minute ago I saw something and I thought it was something black, but I guess it was probably your arm.
It might have. I wasn't moving. I just moved my arm just now when you did that.
But you didn't a little while ago? Because I seen something black, because your shirt's lit up, you know. I saw something black go
past me.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna hide them dark, you real close.
It blocked that little bit of your wording. It was like a quick.
Weird.
It was like a quick whoosh.
Like a shadow.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that you going past my friend?
Yes.
So I'm going to have to ask the people, because I went in there to get my equipment and the people downstairs did hear me, but I don't know if it would have been as loud as what we heard. I don't know. We'll see. Dad says those were definitely boots.
Yeah, they sounded like heavy boots. When we came out and nobody had any boots on, and when they came out of the attic, I said, "Let me see your feet," and they had tennis shoes on.
Yeah.
And I was like, that wasn't tennis shoes.
Yeah, so that was crazy. Please help save Antoinette Hall. Consider booking a ghost tour, buying merchandise, or giving a donation on their website at AntoinetteHall.com. Link is below in the description. Thank you so much. What's up, my lovelies? It's your girl Jessie here, and I am at the very historic Antoinette Hall. Right now, we are fixing to explore the Opera House itself. Come along on this journey, guys. Let's do it. I'm making B-roll. Okay, you want straight.
This room used to be a dentist's office. It kind of has a different feel to it.
That's what I was thinking. It felt really strange in here.
It's a little different, and our theory is that maybe the anxiety, the fear of going to the dentist has kind of been imprinted.
Yeah.
You have to think, I mean, it's way back when they didn't have the technology we have today. We do see shadow figures in here. A lot of spirit box chat in this room. Mostly male. Lily will not come in this room. She'll come in the room next door, but she won't come in this room at all.
That's so crazy that you said that because I didn't say anything to anybody, but when I came in here, it was like...
It's a heavier feeling.
Yeah, it's like almost like don't come in here type of feeling. I don't know how to explain it.
Mr. May has been known to come in this room as well, so you guys can explore.
So here we are, guys, in Antoinette Hall. I'm fixing to get out my gear. This right here is a fire door. It's got a name up there. J.M. Galadish, Pulaski, Tennessee. This is probably Dad coming in. Come in, dear sir. This is her Boo Bear. She said we could turn it on. I've never played with a Boo Bear. Okay, I guess it's ready. We'll see if it does anything. Oh, I didn't come into this room. Wow. Do you remember what she said this room was?
I don't know. Sitting back might will hit you in the head.
Oh, do what?
Look at that.
I know, right? That's why we signed those release forms. Look at those windows. Oh my gosh. Look at this old trunk. Oh. Wow. That's so cool.
A lot of work to all these up one little piece at a time.
I bet so. These were office buildings of some sort. I just don't know what this one was.
That's where the baby fly.
Oh, they got a big tarp holding that one up. Oh, look. J.J. Jones lawyer, J.L. Jones lawyer. This is lawyer office. Be weird if that rocking chair started rocking on its own. So this was the lawyer office too. Those are the big doors to the wow. They got that one bolted. The Home Indemnity Company. Oh, look at that. Awesome spiders. They're fake. Somebody's tied them on there.
Lock behind that locked door, ain't it?
Dad! Wow.
No.
Must have been in the bathroom because there's a hole in the floor. This is the room I don't like. But this is the room I probably need to do some spirit box in. Look at that green on top. Huh. So it was a dentist office. So maybe they sat out here and then here's where I don't see anything sitting around that would say dentist to me. But that about had to have been what it was.
Where the patient sat
Yeah.
and that was where he pulled their teeth. And
Yeah.
It's open.
So the people in here waiting can hear all the other people
Exactly.
screaming.
I know, right? That's probably why it feels so bad in there. Photo shoot rates and video shoot rates. Not responsible for accidents or injuries. I want to go up there where they're at top. Okay, Dad. Here's where we gotta hold the wall.
Don't make me pull out my phone.
Hold the wall. You ain't holding the wall.
Wait till that fall. Now what?
Now we're on the stage. And this was the... Yeah, I'm fixing to. Yeah, I'm gonna check out the bathroom. Oh, man. That is one old shitter. Is that like a cast iron crapper? What's that made out of? Copper?
No, it ain't copper. Where's that flush?
Holy crap. Literally, holy crap.
Yeah, you reached up there and...
Really?
Yeah. Don't you know how shitter works? What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
You got indoor plumbing, have you got
Here comes the girl with the light. Must be having a leak. They got a bucket right there, so hang on the wall, Dad. Oh, nasty plaster up here, man. Oh, wow. Be careful of those nails sticking out.
Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah.
The building started falling. Yeah, here, this one.
What feels weird too? Wow. Somebody's got their REM pod set up right here.
Yeah, one of the guys said that he had it, but it hasn't even gone off and we got lost.
It's gonna get a shot down there. It's so dark, man. No, I'm trying to show how it looks like. This is what we're seeing. Watch out, Daddy.
There. Watch the lights.
Oh yeah, there's glass up there by your feet. This way, you got it.
Are you okay?
There's the bell.
Yeah.
Time I was there in the telephone pole as I was standing on the sidewalk.
Really?
Long gone. Ain't that comfortable in there anymore.
Yeah, especially with this low balcony.
Listen to that bell. So what was this thing?
What?
That thing. So now we get the fun job of going under these things again.
Yeah, they're high over here.
Yeah. Just don't fall in that hole. And they're more together so we can go under them maybe at the same time. One more. Ooh, you made it. Dad's like, damn. No more.
Get a couple titanium hips and see how these.
Oh my God. Get in the heat. Still not as bad as South Pittsburgh Hospital. I'm just telling you that right now. That place is so hot. Oh my God.
If you fell off that balcony up there, you wouldn't bounce at all. You'd bounce up in the watermelon.
Oh jeez. That's nice to know. Okay. I don't know. I could have sworn I heard a woman humming just then. Oh. Probably gonna throw up. Ooh, I wasn't even paying attention to that. 41? What in the crap? Let's set you up over here. Ooh, what's that, shovel? Why do we have a shovel?
We're gonna go sit outside where it's hotter.
Oh boy.
Okay guys, what I'm attempting to do is record in this room because this is the room I least like. Just feels weird in here, so we gotta fight our own battles. I'm going to record in here. Dad just went outside because it's too hot. The other girls are upstairs on the balcony. The rest of the team's down in the basement. So I'll do some spirit box. If there's anybody here that would like to speak, my name is Jessica. I mean no harm or disrespect. I'm just here to see if you'd like to communicate. I'm going to turn this on. And you can use the radio waves to talk back to me. Is there anyone here that would like to speak? Hello? Is the doctor in? Is he with the patient right now? You're with me? Can you touch my antenna? Why does this room have such a bad feel to it?
tell me what your name is? Are you getting your teeth worked on? Hello? Who are you? How many spirits are here with me? Four. Are you here in the room with me? Why does it feel so heavy in this room? Thank you for speaking to me. Thank you for speaking to me. Can you tell me goodbye? You cannot attach to me or my equipment, and you can't follow me home in the name of Jesus. Whew. I don't know, y'all. It's just really hard to breathe in here. There's a few times where it was really hard to catch my breath, and it is hot up here. I am sweating, but I'm sitting down. It's not like I'm doing any kind of excursion at the moment, but the weight on my chest just keeps getting heavier and heavier and heavier in here. I haven't seen that go off, and I haven't seen any EMF readings. So I don't know. I may walk around and do some other things. I don't want to go in that one room, not without Daddy in here with me. What is that? I can hear them talking, but this was like a humming. I could hear y'all talking, but then I started hearing like a humming in there when I turned everything off.
Did you find anything over there?
I was doing spirit box, and I just in that dentist room that feels so weird to me. I just felt like my chest was getting heavier and heavier and heavier. It is weird.
Which one was it?
What's the matter? Please help save Antoinette Hall. Consider booking a ghost tour, buying merchandise, or giving a donation on their website at AntoinetteHall.com. Link is below in the description. Thank you so much. What's the matter?
They were leaned up against the, up there, the balcony, and they both heard, I guess.
What?
Right behind us, it went. It sounded like legit. I thought it was a snake.
I thought it was like a cat in the scene.
I wonder if I caught that because I thought I heard something like that too, but I thought it was y'all.
No, honey bun, that ran. I'm sorry. I just couldn't.
And it was right after the K2 lit up.
And I gotta go back in here and get my crap.
He's the one that doesn't want people in his chest, right?
Oh, Mr. Yeah, don't say his name, like, cause he'd get mad.
Right, if you'll turn your light.
Yeah. Let's see, I'm trying to.
Just this one.
Yeah.
It was right in that area.
Yeah, right where the wires are.
On the left side of it.
Oof. I bet y'all jumped under them wires quick.
Yes, they did. I didn't hear it.
I don't know. I thought I heard something.
I didn't hear it. I was right there.
Are y'all leaving?
I'm hoping they're not. They just need to take a breather.
I'm gonna see if I can manage to. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Let's try something. Since that just happened, we'll try to do this.
Okay.
Who just hissed in the girl's ears? Were you trying to scare them away?
Who just hissed in the girl's ears? Were you trying to scare them away?
I didn't hear anything but them. Put that up then. I'm for some of my stuff down. I don't think
Breathing.
Oh my Jesus.
I told you just breathing. You gave them a little start. I didn't hear you. Appearance.
Oh wow. That's the car, okay. For a second I was like, what is that?
Call. You have all your stuff.
I'm trying. I gotta put this up on this. Okay, I think I got it. I might come back up here without all that. Did I get everything?
Yes.
That way I don't have to tote it back down again and then come back up here. Oh.
Well, if you're done, or
are y'all done?
that was freaky.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Did you even hear it? No. You didn't hear that? No. One thing I can tell you is, she said when she asked a question, and we only heard y'all, and then I turned this back to this and it said breathing.
Y'all know how when they say fall off a bike, you got to get back on it? Y'all might need to go back in there and just face your fear. So it'll bother you always if you don't, though. You'll be wishing you had. I'm just carrying my stuff down, but I'll come back up if y'all want me to. I got to carry my stuff downstairs, though. Oh. Oh my Jesus. There you are. I might go back up there a minute, I don't know. The girls, I was in one of the rooms and the girls was just screaming and laughing, and I said, what's happening? And they said something hissed right in their ears, went like that, and they thought it was a snake and they ran. And I said, y'all need to go back in there. And they said, no, it was too much. I said, it's like falling off a bike. You got to get back on it. You'll always be wishing you did. I was just going to put some of my stuff back in my car. And I got to run this Boo Bear back into that girl because this is hers. She asked me to bring it down. Look at them laughing and giggling. They tore up from the floor up. So the newbies got scared out. They went out screaming. They went out screaming. So them girls, they heard, they were on the other side of the ropes, right up there, kind of close to the stairs, and they heard a right in their ears, like a hiss. Scared them. I know. I said, y'all need to thank you. I said, y'all need to get back on that bike. You'll be wishing you had. And they said, nope.
Does it not show that they showed himself to some and then others they got?
So, what was his first name? Thomas. Yeah, okay. Because it said Tom. Is it Tom?
Dadgummit. This stupid thing won't stay in my boots to save my life. You gotta unlock the driver's door. Okay, guys. So the girls got scared out. They refused to go back up there. So, so sad. So I'm gonna have to ask the people, because I went in there to get my equipment. The people downstairs did hear me, but I don't know if it would have been as loud as what we heard. I don't know. We'll see. Dad says those were definitely boots.
Yeah, they sounded like heavy boots. But we came out and nobody had any boots on. And when they came out of the attic, I said, let me see your feet. And they had tennis shoes on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that wasn't tennis shoes.
Yeah, so that was crazy. So we've had all that going on. We've had the footsteps and the communication in the basement. The girls getting scared off upstairs. So I think we're about ready to leave and wind this up because I'm running out of battery life and it's hotter than the gates of hell here anyway. So we got a couple hours to drive back home. But before we leave, I'm going to go upstairs and do a little bit of a lone challenge because I know nobody's up there right now. So we'll see if we get anything. So turn up the volume on your microphone, your headphones rather, and let me know if you hear anything or see anything. So let's go. Okie dokie. Turn my light back on. I'll see you in a minute, Dad, if I survive.
I got your car keys, so I'll
Yeah.
get home.
I can get home. It is a full moon tonight, but you can't see it for the clouds. And it's been lightning and storming. So the atmosphere is just perfect to do this, and I have to admit I'm nervous. I'm gonna go in here completely by myself. Be still, my beating heart. Oh my Jesus. Hello. I'm just here visiting. If there's anybody here, you're welcome to speak into my camera. But you cannot harm me. Okay, it's got to be somebody from outside talking. Thank God for all the lights that are on. Why does that look so burned up against there? Maybe it's just mold. If y'all know what kind of chair that was up there, let me know. Maybe an old school chair? I really don't know. Somebody's water bottle got left. I'm a nice person. Wow, is that the original backs of chairs? Look at that. Wow. That's so cool. Maybe old window frames from where they boarded up these windows. Because all this sheet right here had windows. You can see some more of them over there. You can see the floor is higher up here. As I'm walking this way, it goes down. And the way they had the stage, oh, this floor's messed up. They had it going slanted upwards so that people who were the stars could be up higher, and that's where the term upstaging someone comes from. And back in the day, they put globes along the stage for lights. But the architecture here is beautiful. And I'll put a link below to, there was a gentleman here that came and did a country music video. And, excuse me, that's me burping. At the end of the video, they electronically or digitally recreated this place to what it should look like when it's restored, and it's really cool. So much history here. But what ended up happening, people just quit coming to theaters when movies came out. That's where they broke the bolt. It was all about the movies then. So sometime in the 30s, they just shut the place down. Look at that old wallpaper that used to be there. Huh. There's cracks in the walls. Some old floorboards, I guess. I really don't want to go back in here again. I really don't. That is beautiful. It's really pretty. I don't know if you can see me. What's up, guys? Dirty mirror. Dirty mirror, hello. Look at that old thing. Don't work anymore. Super cool. Oh God. Old haunted commode. Keep dry and handle with care. I really wish we could get back in there, whatever that is. I wish it wasn't locked. So let me show you the ceiling. They say there's a lot of shadow play in that bathroom. There's something dark there, but I think it's just mold on the wall. I wonder what kind of plays they had here, or if it was just opera. It was called originally Antoinette Hotel. Freak Nation, that daggum floor. They got this board right here. I guess because the floor's bad and I keep tripping on it. But it's originally called Antoinette Hotel. And there's the smoke detector that keeps going off. And it eventually, after that, got called the Pulaski Opera House. I'm really short, but I'm going to try to shine my light up there, because you never know. And bless their hearts, I had to pull all these cords out here to get something to work. That poor thing's cracked. Is that my earring? I heard a jingling in my ear, but I don't know if my earring moved or what happened. That kind of spooked me. That staircase right there don't look too good. That one's the one me and Dad came up when we walked up to the top. Okay, I'm fixing to leave and leave you at peace if you're here. Well, we're hearing a lot of talking outside. Or that's either the talking from them below coming up. You have a beautiful place. I hope they can restore it for you. Bring it back to its glory. I would love to see that. If I had the money, I would give it to help restore this place. It's just simply outrageously beautiful. How come you scared the girls off, though? I mean, do you not like them, or were they doing something that you thought was provoking? If so, they didn't mean to. They're, you know, they're new at talking to spirits, some of them are. And if they did or said anything that upset you, they didn't mean any harm. They really didn't. I just wanted you to know that. Be hard to get disembodied voices, all that talking going on downstairs. Or outside. I don't know if they're in that room or what. Okay. I'll leave you in peace. Thank you for letting us visit. Oh, I did it. I didn't stay no whole 30 minutes, but crap, I've been up there forever. I think the most activity, y'all, is definitely in the basement. More freak! I missed a step right there. I missed a step right there and like to busted my A double. Okay, my lovelies, I hope you enjoyed this adventure. Stay tuned for the next one. Peace and love to you. Bye-bye. This video is brought to you by the Jessie Fam. Thank you for your support. What's up, guys? Your girl Jessie here, and I'm here with my dad at the National Cemetery in Chattanooga. Now, Dad has friends buried up here. Miko and Papa could have been buried up here, but Miko wanted to be buried in Alabama with her little brother, as y'all seen in a previous video. But Daddy will be buried out here when that time comes, which I hope is years and years away. But he wants to show us some things here, so let's check this place out, guys. Shut the door. Okay, guys, now we're in this part of the cemetery, and Dad is looking for a friend of his that he worked with at Bell South that's buried out here, and he said they used to call him Dawg, D-A-W-G. Just trying to remember exactly which one it is. Oh, man. What was his last name, Daddy? Calhoun? What? I noticed that. Yeah. I noticed the spouse names. You can read them this way, but then you turn around and you see the husbands. Okay. So instead of side by side, they're head to head. Or feet to feet, I don't know. What's his last name?
Kelly Underdam, his name.
Underdam? I was going to try to help you look, but I didn't know what his name was. Ooh, you found him? Oh, okay. Dad's found his friend. Like how they put dog on this marker.
Yeah, he was a
Major Sergeant too, huh?
great guy. Did a lot of stories about him, but probably only fit for your audience.
Yeah.
But you notice one of them they got people write stuff on there. Life in the fast lane. One of them over here close has got mowed the yard today or something like that. And God, he's been married to his wife. Yeah, you can put a little gravy on there.
Yeah.
You want to put on mine, still exploring?
Yeah. Still exploring or one man backer.
Yeah, dog was he was a great guy. He had a trucking business. They found him in the parking lot. He died of a heart attack.
Really?
He was a heck of a trooper. Yeah, everybody loved Kelly.
Aww.
Old dog. Good sucker. We were in a motel one time and ordered a pizza. My pizza never came. He intercepted the delivery guy and bought the pizza from him. So I had crackers out of a vending machine for supper that night. We played jokes and those sorts of stuff. That's what soldiers do.
Yeah. Oh Lord.
Anyway, that's Kelly. I always get the stuff really well.
I recall, I keep them forever, I treasure them all. But if I was offered, I'd trade them away. If you could in this life spend one more day. So long, my friend. So long, my friend. Our road has come to an end. So long, my friend. You could tell stories like no one on earth.
This video is brought to you by the Jessie Fam. Thank you for your support. What's up, guys? Your girl Jessie here, and I'm here with my dad at the National Cemetery in Chattanooga. Now, Dad has friends buried up here. Miko and Papa could have been buried up here, but Miko wanted to be buried in Alabama with her little brother, as y'all seen in a previous video. But Daddy will be buried out here when that time comes, which I hope is years and years away. But he wants to show us some things here, so let's check this place out, guys. Wow, look at that train. Is that what you're wanting to look at? That is so cool. Look at the birds on top of it.
I like how they did the brick in the round like a train track. Ohio tribute to the Andrews Raiders, 1862, erected 1890. Yeah, I think I saw something about it on Mysteries at the Museum.
Well, that train was called the General.
Yeah?
And back when I was a teenager, it was right down here, right on the other side of Lookout Mountain over at the railroad yard. And there was a big court battle to see who would get it between Georgia and Tennessee, and Georgia won. So they got the train. But in 1862, after the North won the Battle of Stones River at Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Chattanooga was the next goal for them to take. So they came up with a plan to cut the communications to Chattanooga from Atlanta. So Andrews was given the honorary rank of colonel, although he was not in the military, he was a civilian. So he recruited volunteers for a top secret mission. So they infiltrated south in small groups, 2, 3 at a time. And their cover story was that they were going to join the Confederate Army in Atlanta. But then they got on, when they all got united down there, they got on a northbound train. And at Big Shanty Station, when they stopped for breakfast, they commandeered the train. They cut it loose. All they had was the train and the coal car, and they cut the rest of the train loose. And they took off running north with it. Well, the conductor of the train was a guy named Fuller. And he immediately knew that, he said, those Yankee spies had stolen my train. So he started chasing them on foot along with his coal man. They got shoveling his coal for him. Well, they eventually found a little pump car on the side of the track, threw it on the track, and they started chasing them with it. Well, Andrews, first thing he did was they stopped and they cut the telegraph line so they couldn't wire ahead. Well, along the way, he stopped and set fire to bridges. Every bridge he came to, he would set fire to it, but it had been raining, and the fires didn't catch very well. So when Fuller come up behind him, he'd put the fire out. So at one point, Andrews saw smoke behind them, and he knew they were being chased. And what happened was Fuller came to another station they had passed, and there was another identical twin sister to the General. It was another engine called the Texas, and it was pointed south. They didn't have time to turn it around, so they jumped in it, put it in reverse, and they started chasing them backwards. So it was called a great locomotive chase. So when Fuller saw the smoke behind them, he stopped in a curve and they pulled a rail out of the track and trying to derail their pursuit. Well, when the Texas got to that rail, they saw the rail was missing, but they were going too fast to stop. Well, they hit it, they hit the bedrock, and the railroad bounced in the air and by a miracle landed on the rail on the other side and kept going. So by this time, Andrews had gotten to the point where they couldn't stop to take on water or fuel, and they were running out of time. They couldn't even cut the telegraph wire, so Fuller stopped, telegraphed ahead. But when they got to Ringo, Georgia, the Confederates had been warned about this stolen train, so the cavalry was waiting for them. So they chased them and shot at them, and they kept going. And I don't know, maybe a mile and a half north of Ringo, they ran out of steam, and everybody jumped off the train and ran. Well, within a week or two, they were all captured, taken to jail in Chattanooga. And they were going to hang them as spies because they weren't uniformed. So there was a jailbreak. And Andrews himself was free, but he refused to leave the rest of his men. So he was recaptured. Well, some of them got back to Union lines. The rest of them that didn't get out of jail, they hanged some of them, and in others they traded for Confederate prisoners. Well, when the survivors got back to Washington, they were given a new medal, and it was the first time in history that this medal was given, and it was called the Medal of Honor. And those people who died in that raid are buried
behind this monument here.
Really?
Yeah. Come back here and show you.
Wow.
Yeah.
So these are all the guys that...
There's Andrews, civilian, and these were the ones who were hanged
wow.
as spies. And,
but they got the Medal of Honor post-mortem.
All of them, the live ones and the dead ones. It was the first time in history the Medal of Honor was given.
Wow.
Now, the Medal of Honor, it was about the only medal the United States had at that time. And it was badly misused.
Oh.
At one point on the march to the Battle of Gettysburg, there was a unit that their enlistment was up. And I think these guys actually were trying to defend Washington when this happened. But they were all going to go. So they offered to give all of them the Medal of Honor. And it was like 800 men that they gave the Medal of Honor to just to keep them in the Army during this battle.
Oh my
so
God.
Later on, over 900 people were stricken from the Medal of Honor roll because it was not given for something above and beyond the call of duty.
Huh.
It was the restrictions to the medal were later greatly, they tightened up the what you had to get it, and so very few these days get the Medal of Honor because it's so strict.
Yeah.
You have to, and most people nowadays that get it, it's awarded after they die because what they did was so hazardous that they didn't survive.
Yeah. Wow.
But that's the story of the Medal of Honor.
This place is beautiful. And I see they got some regular looking graves on top of the white stones. Look at those birds going.
Up there on the hill, there's some interesting graves you might want to see.
Yeah.
And I'll take you to a friend of mine down here.
Sure. Look at that. So that's Dad's story about the Andrews Raiders.
Yeah.
This
Great
is
locomotive chase.
Great locomotive chase. See if there was anything on this side that we missed. Escaped. So those are the people who escaped. So I made sure they all got noticed. United States Colored Troops. When President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, he planted the seed of a new birth of freedom. As the Civil War persisted and recruits were needed, the War Department issued General Orders number 143, May 22nd, 1863, to allow African Americans to serve in the Union Army. Nearly 200,000 black men enlisted to protect their freedom and defy the inhumane practice of slavery. The Army's Department of the Cumberland issued General Orders on December 25th, 1863, establishing Chattanooga National Cemetery. Among other roles, black troops were responsible for locating Union dead in the vicinity of the city and reburying them here. More than 880 U.S. colored troops are buried at Chattanooga National Cemetery, a solemn landscape created in large measure through their labor and sacrifice. The others put that monument here in 2021. They just put that there this year. He ain't even beside me. Military Officers of America, Magnolia Chapter, Gold Star Wives of American Military Widows, North Georgia, North Alabama, and South Tennessee. Navy Seabees. Dedicated to those who served in the submarine service. In honor of the chosen few. They spelled chosen wrong. It's E-N instead of I-N, but what can you do now? Compacts of the chosen, again wrong, reservoir. North Korea. 15,000 Marines, Army, Navy, bunch of people.
Now, 2 of those Marines that were at the Chosen, I worked with. L.L. McDonald, we called him Lumpy, and I can't think the other guy's name right off. But anyway, they were there. They were the Frozen Chosen.
The Frozen Chosen?
What they called them.
Really?
And it was so cold that after an attack, Lumpy said after an attack, they would take the dead Chinese and push them off the bluff. And when they hit the rocks below, they just shatter like
oh my God!
Glass.
Good Lord!
He said they'd laugh. He said,
"Oh my
God!"
God!
He said we were crazy. He said we didn't think we'd make it through it. We didn't care what we did.
Yeah. Oh my God! Sort of losing their minds at that point. Whoop! Veterans of World War II, the greatest generation. 29th Infantry Division. World War I. Oh God, that goes on and on. There's so many of them. Some more Korean people putting pennies on there. 3rd Marine Division, Southwest Asia. Dedicated to the Marines that gave their lives. World War II, Korea, and Southwest Asia.
The 1st Marine Division, they were the ones in, the Pacific, the Navy.
Yeah. The 84th Infantry. Is that not what Papa was in?
No, he was.
It's an 82nd. Oh, but what was the 82nd he was in?
The 82nd Airborne.
Airborne, okay.
From the 29th to the 82nd. The 29th didn't go in until Normandy, when we had already fought through Sicily and Italy.
Yeah. The Legionnaires. Semper Fi. Vietnam veterans. Disabled American veterans. They even made a little map on that one. The day that will live in infamy. Airborne Memorial. Placed in tribute to the bravery and sacrifice of American paratroops and glider troops of the United States Airborne. May they rest in peace. Sergeant Alvin York, chapter of the 82nd Airborne Division Association, has members from every war or conflict since World War II, Korea, Dominican Republic, Vietnam, Grenada, Panama, and the Persian Gulf. America's Guard of Honor. So that one's for Pawpaw.
Yeah,
for sure.
The 82nd was an infantry division in World War I, and it was disbanded. And in World War II, it was reactivated, turned into an airborne division.
The Mist of Vietnam. Dedicated to Ernie Powell. 1945 Military Order of the Purple Heart. To all those awarded the Purple Heart Medal.
Now, do your people know who Ernie Powell was?
Probably not.
Ernie Powell wrote magazine articles. I think it was weekly that he wrote, and Mother read them all the time. And he loved the infantry, and that was the ones that he loved was the infantry. And when Dad jumped in Sicily, he was missing in action for a week. And when he came back, when he finally hooked up with some tanks he saw running down the road, and they told him where the assembly point was. Well, when he got there, this guy came running down the hill and interviewed him, and it was Ernie Powell.
Yeah, I remember that story.
He asked him, what kind of battle he'd seen, and he said he just brushed him away. He said, I didn't care what they put in the paper. I just want to see how my buddies had made it, how many of them had lived. So he met Ernie Powell, but
gave him the cold shoulder.
Gave him the cold shoulder. But Ernie Powell was killed at the end of the war in the Pacific.
Ernie Powell, the famous man that Pawpaw ghosted. Oh my goodness. I remember reading about that in your book. What was it, the one I read back yonder way, wherever it was? Hmm. 50th anniversary VE Day, 84th Infantry Division, rail splitters. The sea washed over them and they were gone. 9751 merchant mariners and 810 naval armed guards who lost their lives.
That's the outfit Dad was in before he...
Yeah, spearheaded the assault on Omaha Beach in northern France on D-Day, June 6, 1944, which ultimately led to the surrender of all German forces in Europe.
See, Dad was in that division, transferred to Airborne, and he'd been through 9 months of battle before his old division ever even got there.
Yeah. Huh. Get a panoramic view.
So many days is yet to come. Many times has come to pass. Too many moments put aside. Getting out alive, getting out alive.
I'm on the grounds of the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, lies Miss Paw Cemetery. It is the first and oldest Jewish cemetery in Chattanooga. Join me and Dad as we visit this cemetery, walk around the grounds, and show you some of these really cool graves. What's up, guys? It's your girl Jessie here. I'm with my dad and we are in Chattanooga at a Jewish cemetery in downtown Chattanooga, and he wanted to show you guys this place, so let's do this. So we're at a Jewish cemetery, and over here is a Confederate cemetery that we'll be visiting too. And Dad has had both of his shots. Whiskey, Pent-Saloon.
Had the booster too.
He's had the booster too. What do you guys think of this place? Isn't it cool? Is that part of the University of Tennessee over there?
That used to be Riverside High School.
Oh, really?
Got a funny name for school these days. Progressive school or something.
Oh. Got a lot of old stuff around here. Says Julius Ox, he loved and bravely served the country of his adoption. He was gifted, cultured, mobile, pure, and indulgent father, a model husband, a true philanthropist, and God-fearing man. And then his wife Bertha. I think this is called Mezpa Cemetery. I don't know if I'm saying it right. This is a big old mausoleum right here. Okay, you can see the people. Looks like there might be 3 in there on each side. But I love seeing the stained glass. Y'all see that stained glass? Sure is pretty. These are pretty cool down here. Fanny, born in Altona, Germany. Let's see. Ooh, I don't know how you get up here. A big old hill. Maybe blizzard, I don't know. No, I don't know. No, Fanny, wife of somebody. Born in Altona, Germany, 1850. Died in 1881. Fanny, oh, she had a name I can't pronounce. I just want to get up here and see these people. It's a cool looking grave right there. Helena Joseph, 1832 to 1872. Karen something Joseph, 1830 something to 1880. Really, really old graves over here. You see some of them, like this one here, has the Star of David. There's a girl up there, Dad named the white one that way.
Have you noticed that most of these people were immigrants?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was born in Germany. This lady over here.
Bavarian.
Yeah. Probably came over here to escape the evil people. Oh, look at this. Julia Bratt or something. Born 1839, died in 1912. A noble woman who leaves everlasting remembrance by the deeds she has done. Minna, 1862 to 1881. And this one, yeah, Morris, I guess is the dad, 1831 to 1875, a native of Rockesson, Prussia, an ardent pro-martyr of benevolence, brotherly love, and harmony. Look at those Jewish symbols. No pain or anxious something, the bounds of mortal woes outreach this peaceful sleeper. Here while angels watch his soft repose. And they've got some lovely benches out here for people to come visit. Whew, fall down these steps. These people were born in Germany. There's some old graves, some of them. Gottschalk.
I think it's before then, green cards.
That Schwartz one. Naff Schwartz, 1863 to 1918. I'm seeing that's a little baby. Some stuff they write on here you can't read. Oh, look at this one. It says known only to God. They don't know who that was. Well, there's some a lot of people put rocks on these. Blessed is the March. Charlie Reimer, 77 to 2004. People left a lot of stuff for him on his end thing here. Somebody left a big old rock for that person. Try not to step on no graves. So we're getting to some newer ones here. 1963 to 1997, unwrapped gifts. There's some more rocks on graves. There's a Solomon. This is how you spell it. The Mizpah congregation. Some more rocks on that grave. This one too. Oh wow, look at that. Somebody painted stuff on that. You think if I did spirit box here, they'd know what I was saying?
You might have better look over there.
Yeah, might have better luck over here.
Figure out how to get
Yeah, but as you can see, we got a Confederate cemetery all decorated for Christmas right here. Look at that one. It's got like a little Aladdin's lamp on it. That's cool. I can't. I hope you enjoyed this quick little tour of Mizpah Cemetery. Please consider giving this video a like, a comment, and subscribe. Until next time, my lovelies, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
dark shadows. And you were watching Jessie's Histories and Mysteries.
Citizen Cemetery is the oldest cemetery in Chattanooga. It is believed that it began to be used before or during 1837. A tract of land surrounding the original graves was purchased in 1838 from Colonel William Lindsay, an officer of the U.S. Army stationed at Ross's Landing during the Cherokee War. The city record reports that the 104 acres west of Georgia Avenue were purchased for $75 an acre. Citizen Cemetery is located between the 800th and 900 block of East 4th and 5th Streets in downtown Chattanooga. There are many of the founding fathers of Chattanooga buried at this location. This is also considered one of Chattanooga's most haunted cemeteries. Ghost tours of Chattanooga will even carry you here at night for a 1.5 hour haunted tour of not only this cemetery, but the UTC campus. Come along with me and Dad as we explore the grounds of this cemetery and do a little bit of spirit box to see what kind of communication we can get. So Dad got behind this cop, asked her how to get in this cemetery. Told her I was a ghost hunter. She just laughed. She said, "Follow me, I'll show you." So
She's gonna take this, and we've already been there.
I don't know. Maybe she don't know how either. But anyhow, this cop says she knows how to. Now she's a University of Tennessee cop, huh? Nah, can't go through there. It should be. Oh, look at this. It says he became the first postmaster. At his suggestion, the name Ross Landing was changed to Chattanooga in 1838, and he was the town's leading merchant. Ooh, I've almost fell. Some really old graves down in here. Well, it's a female cemetery, grave that don't really say much about her. There's one of those brick graves, brick house graves. We're walking down here to where the Confederates are buried. So that cemetery on the other side of the rocks is the Jewish cemetery we were just at. So these list the names of all the people buried out here. (1840 to 1896), I believe. Mr. Walker here. Can't read what his marker says. An old veteran, sharpshooter. Hey Dad, I believe this one with the angel is a sharpshooter. I think that one with the angel is a sharpshooter. From the state of Alabama. There's all the Alabama people out here.
I think these are the people who were killed in the Chattanooga.
Some more Alabama people. Oh, here's some more Alabama people. Yeah.
Joseph Steele, Company H.
Yeah.
Now, Company H is the company that Sam Watkins was in, if you've ever read Sam Watkins' memoirs.
Alabama over here now. There's so many of them. So, my guess is there's more buried out here than what there are markers for.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean,
there's too many. Yeah.
You got to remember, after a big battle like the Battle of Missionary Ridge, they didn't have time to put up markers. They just mass buried them in mass graves.
True. It's a wonder they even know who they were.
There were thousands of casualties.
State of Arkansas. Here's some from Florida. There's people buried right here. See the holes? There's people buried right here. You can see all the holes all around where all the people's buried without no markers. Got a Freemason right here. Pulaski Malister, maybe? They're kind of wondering, ain't they?
One of them found in here one time. It said unknown black man.
Really? We're probably stepping all over people and don't even know it. Oh, some of these is old. They had beautiful graves at one time. Look how that one's fallen down into the ground over the years. It's just sunk right in. That one. My goodness, look at the state of that one. Good grief in the morning. That's going way down there. Here's one. Maybe I can read it when I get home. There must be a creek or something down there, or noise coming from that plant, but there's some really old graves out this way. We got some more people here. Dad's somewhere down that way, always coming back this way. I'm gonna set up real quick, guys, because it's raining and I don't know how much time I gotta be here before we get a downpour. My name is Jessica and I mean no harm or disrespect. If there's anyone here in the cemetery that's friendly and would like to talk, tell me your story. I'm fixing to turn on a device that will help you do that. What's your name? It's going Where do you live at? You having a Merry Christmas on the other side? Who's standing in front of me? Can you make it go all the way to the red? Whose grave am I standing above? Has somebody been here? Thank you for speaking to me. Can you tell us goodbye? You can't call us home or text us. Goodbye. That thing was going nuts. No, it's not my phone. It's right here where it goes off. It's like there's something right there. Oh. It's going crazy. A little bit right there, but oh, there it is again. Definitely right here. That's pretty wild. I love this speaker, but Lord, carrying it around is something else.
What do you think about this whole place?
It's very pretty. I bet it's real pretty in the fall. Yeah, that's beautiful. Check out this cool tree.
That's another little tree. And Natty King Lee and Brown G. King must be some ugly people.
Must have been some ugly people get put by that tree. Oh my God. So you used to come down here on your lunch break and walk around?
Yeah.
Sometimes?
Manhole keeps them over there.
Really? Enjoy the peacefulness of nature.
Yeah, keep going on season.
Eliza Jane. Yep. Say goodbye though, cemetery. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. If you're ever in Chattanooga, come visit it. It's like the Exorcist stairs. There's the entrance down there, but they had the gate blocked off. Well guys, I hope you enjoyed this interesting little tour of this place. We're gonna go on to the next one. See you next time. Love ya. Happy New Year. This video retells events that happened during war. Some of the things discussed are not suitable for children or sensitive viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. In September of 2022, my father visited Hamilton Memorial Gardens in Tennessee. He came there to place a flag on a grave of a friend. While there, he was looking around at other graves and came upon one which surprised and astonished him. It was a grave of a USS Indianapolis survivor. During this video, we will do spirit box at his grave and also a grave of someone that I found who had passed away in Vietnam. This video is in honor of the lives of these heroic men that served our country so well. It is not to exploit them or cause any harm to their family or friends that are still alive and with us. The USS Indianapolis was a ship that saw much battle in the Pacific during World War II. During one of these battles, a suicide ship blew a hole through the ship. They had to head back to the United States for repairs. Once there, they received cargo and were told what was inside was top secret. Nobody on board the ship knew what they had. They were told to go directly to Guam to drop off this cargo. The ship sped at top notch to get to their destination. Unbeknownst to them, what they had on board was the nuclear bomb that bombed Hiroshima and ended the war. After they had dropped off their cargo, they were to head back to the Pacific and back to the fighting. But along the way, a Japanese sub spotted them. They were torpedoed twice, and within 12 minutes, the ship had sunk. Those that were brave enough to have survived this horrific sinking were now left in the waters of this deep ocean and were quickly surrounded by sharks. These sailors saw their friends being eaten or maimed. They spent 4 days in the water without food or drink. Some became so thirsty that they began to drink the salt water, which made them crazy. Some thought that their comrade next to them was a Jap, so they would attack them. After all these days, a raft was located and people were starting to get on board it. One gentleman, whose story is linked down below, I highly recommend you listen to it after this video, was able to find a wooden container with old potatoes in it, and some of them were to eat that to help survive. Finally, a plane came down and was able to put souls on board until further help could come. This was the worst and most tragic naval disaster in American history that is still being talked about to this day. What's up, everybody? I'm here with my dad and we're at Hamilton Memorial Gardens. And Dad's got some stuff he wants us to check out here, so let's do this. Oh.
This is a guy that I served with, Robert. They got his rank wrong. He wasn't a master sergeant, he was the chief master, or senior master sergeant.
Oh.
But anyway, he was NCOIC over the cable section, and after he retired, I took it over. But that's where he is. He had a full military.
There's a Jennifer Fulgham. Is that his wife? She was born in 1936. He was born in 35. There's another Robert Fulgham.
This is his son.
Yeah. Is he related to Mark?
He's a cousin, yeah.
A cousin, okay.
He's a cousin.
Huh.
But anyway, while I was out here, I put that flag on there.
Aww.
But right over there, where those flags are, I think that's two of them.
Oh, okay.
Or it's over in that part to it. I found that. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
The guy was a survivor of the USS Indianapolis. And what happened there, they went on a secret mission, and only the captain knew what their mission was. And it was so secret they had no escort. They were sailing along, which is highly unusual. And they went their mission was to deliver the atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima. And they went to Tinian Island, dropped the bomb off, and they left. Of course, nobody on the ship, they still didn't know what they were doing, what their mission had been. And on the way back, they were torpedoed by a Japanese submarine. And there was like 1,200 men, a little over 1,200, or a little less than 1,200 men in the ship. Something like a little over 300 of them died in the sinking, and 860 went in the water. Well, by the time the sharks got done with them, there was only about 300 left. So 2/3 of them were killed by sharks. It was the worst shark attack of the war, probably if anything.
So this man was one out of 300.
He was the survivors. He was one of 300 that survived. And I read something on it just today, and I think there's 2 survivors left alive today.
Really?
Out of the 300. But the captain was court-martialed. He survived, and he was court-martialed because he wasn't zigzagging. But the Japanese captain of the submarine who sank him said it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't make any difference if he had been or not.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and then you said he committed suicide later.
He committed suicide later.
And then they pardoned him post-mortally, however you say, post-mostly or whatever. Post-death. Post-mortem. Yeah.
Anyway, he's right over here.
Okay. Oh, grab my speaker.
There may be a cop there. I think it's just flag over here.
Oh, one of them? Okay. Oh, here comes the rain. We're fixing to get wet. Right down here. Lewis Irwin Sr., wife family, and Dad put this flag out here for him.
No, I didn't put it.
You didn't? Oh, for your friend. Well, we might have to wait out the storm a second. I don't know. Might have to wait it out. Get under that tree or something. You think we'll get struck by lightning if we get under the tree? Yeah. I know, right? You don't know, Dad's literally been hit by lightning 7 times. And you know, I've seen so much online about people that have been hit by lightning like that, and they said that
makes them crazy.
No, that it's just so unusual. They had one woman that was hit by lightning only twice, and they did a big story about her. Yeah. They don't know about you.
I wasn't hit directly. I mean, it came through the wire, knocked me back, and things like
that. But like, yeah. But they say that how do I word it? Sometimes sometimes people just draw electricity to them.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's coming a flood. Turn that off. Holy crap! Look at this! Monsoon! Holy crap! Look at that!
I told you it was a trash mover.
It's a trash mover! Holy cannoli! Jeez! Look at that down there! Lord, it's puddled up and going up under that section down there. Stupid phone ain't zooming in. Hang on a second, y'all. Look at that. Holy crap. Don't get too close, Dad. It'll sweep you away. Look at that foam down there on that end. Oh my word. And this was just from just a few minutes. It's Chattanooga for you guys. That's why they got an underground Chattanooga now, because Chattanooga used to flood all the freaking time, dude. This feller's grave. So Dad thinks that, and it makes sense, there's a big hill right up there. He thinks that water ran off that hill and down here. You can see the road's underwater there. Whew, I'm gonna grab my bag. We're gonna keep trekking. It almost flooded their entryway into that house. Isn't that beautiful? Those bales up there. Okay, let's see how wet I'll get my feet. Oh my God, it's so wet. So if you want to find this guy, you'll walk up the steps there, up this walkway, look for this magnolia tree here, and he's right over here. Whew. Kaiser. Oh, Kaiser belongs to that person. Okay. So, let's do some spirit box, guys. CD?
CB, yeah.
Say what?
CB, they call them CBs.
What's that?
Navy construction.
Oh.
I almost joined the CBs one time.
Let me back this up because that... Okay, it's starting to go down. Okay. I want to make sure it's not reading my phone. Holy crap! I'm going to back this up so it's not reading my phone, okay? I want y'all to see that it's still, can y'all see what it's reading? I don't know if y'all can see. 0.2, it's been going up to 10. And I got the ball. Do you want to ask the questions? He ain't listening to me. Hello, Mr. Irwin. My name is Jessie. I mean no harm or disrespect. My dad came across your grave the other day. He's the one with me. And we wanted to see if you would be willing to speak to us and tell us your story of being in World War II and what it was like surviving the Indianapolis. Oh, wow. I was fixing to say you can touch the antenna, but you've already figured that out. There's also that ball over there you can roll if you want to, but feel free to touch my antenna. Oh, wow, look at it. Dad's missing out. He walked away. Thank you for doing that. Thank you very much. Can you make the millimeter go up to a 1? Or can you touch the antenna again? Well, it went to a 0.1. It's going up, 0.2, 0.5, 9, 8, 7, 2.1. Great. Woo. 1.2, 3.2, 2.8. Oh, there you go. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Dad, you're missing this. Can you do it again for my dad when he gets down here? He's a retired Chief Master Sergeant in the Guard. I'm sure he'd love to see you touch the antenna. He's making my millimeter go up. He's touching my antenna. Okay, my dad's here. Can you touch my antenna again so he can see that you're here? Sounds like he's trying, baby. Can you make it go up to red or green again like you did before? You walked up and activity just almost stopped. 2.8. 2.6. Can you touch the antenna again? Well, if you don't see it here, you can see it on the video. Okay. Can he ask you some questions too? I'm going to turn this on. What you can do, you can use the radio waves in this to speak. I've only got one bar. I'm going to have to put some more batteries in it, but hopefully it will last long enough for us to do this. So here we go. Hey, Lewis, are you here with us? Can you tell us about being on the Indianapolis? Hello? many men were in there doing it on that boat? Thank you for speaking. I'm going to try something else. This is the necrophonic session. I'm going to move out of the way a minute. Can you touch my antenna one more time? Let me know you're here. I'm turning it on necrophonic. Got my old phone, so that one could be recording.
If you look at the flag, see that flag right there?
Oh shit.
Yeah, 22 years old and still in Vietnam.
Well, look. Now he's gonna make it go after me. Jeez, Lou. I can't get it. It's so cold. It's just so damn cold. Go off. Go off. All my shit's getting wet. My me getting wet. Okay. That's not bad, but dang. Lewis Harold Irwin Sr. went by the name K.O. His bio is written thusly. He was 93, a Lone Life resident of East Ridge, Tennessee. Has joined his wife Thelma of 62 years and his shipmates gone before him on heaven's golden shores. K.O.'s wife was the love of his life, and theirs was a true love story. Mr. Irwin is survived by son and daughter. Mr. Irwin also leaves behind 4 grandchildren, 5 great-grandchildren, 3 sisters, 2 brothers, and various nieces and nephews. As with most families in the 30s and 40s, K.O. grew up on a hard-working farm with his family, including his brother Tom. In 1942, at the young age of 17, he made a fateful decision to go find his brother, who had joined the Marines earlier. He never would have imagined that this decision would impact his life in such an enormous way. Coxswain Irwin's orders were to board the flagship USS Indianapolis, and during his brave tenure, earned 8 battle stars prior to the last fateful voyage. On July 6, 1945, at the age of 20, Coxswain Irwin, along with 1,196 shipmates on the USS Indianapolis, departed the San Francisco Hunters Point Naval Shipyard on a top-secret mission. The mission was the delivery of major bomb components and the enriched uranium to the Tinian Islands for the atomic bomb Little Boy, which was dropped on Hiroshima. The USS Indianapolis crew set a speed record during this mission of 74.5 hours with an average speed of 29 knots, 33 miles per hour, which still stands to this day. With the mission successfully completed, the ship was sent to Guam to pick up replacements for crew members that had completed their tours of duty. After leaving Guam on July 28th, she began her fateful journey to Leyte. At 15 minutes after midnight, July 30th, 1945, 2 Type 95 Japanese torpedoes ripped into the hull of the USS Indianapolis over the Mariana Trench. The ship was so damaged that it sank in 12 minutes over some of the deepest ocean on Earth. Of the 1,196, only 317 survived the most catastrophic loss of life the Navy has ever encountered. Coxswain Irwin, along with 316 other sailors, endured 5 nights and 4 days floating in shark-infested waters with only life jackets, watching their shipmates die all around them. Coxswain Irwin survived the ordeal, was honorably discharged, and made it home to Chattanooga by hitchhiking from Memphis. The truck driver that gave him a ride back to Chattanooga remained a lifelong friend. Once back in Chattanooga, K.O. finally got to see his brother Tom. Most men do not seek bravery or courage. When you least expect them, such attributes can become etched in your soul forever. Mr. Irwin was a humble man, and never described himself as brave or courageous, but all of these men who sacrificed so much are the true definition of both. To this day, naval training includes many aspects of the events of the USS Indianapolis and how those who survived with courage and persistence. Even with such tragic events still vividly etched in his memory, Mr. Irwin became a loving husband and father, and his 2 proudest accomplishments were his children. Mr. Irwin had a long career with the local distributor, Ellis Distributing. His children, K.O. and Sandy, have always and continue to be so very proud of their father, and Mr. Irwin was very proud of his entire family. Mr. Irwin will always be remembered for his kind, loving heart, his firm handshake, and his friendship to many. He loved telling his story with his grandchildren's classmates at school and sharing firsthand with other civic groups who wanted to learn more about this historic event. If he could pass along anything to others, it would be the importance of grasping the moment with happiness and a smile. Even at 93, with that sailor's smile and wink of an eye, he had many Cracker Barrel waitresses smiling. With a life this full, there's no room for sadness. God is receiving another angel. The family wants to thank the employees of the East Ridge Food Line for all their years of kindness, Dr. Fortney D. Ann's, and the wonderful caring staff at Tennessee Oncology. Mr. Irwin attended the Middle Valley Church of God. Okay. Right now I'm at the grave of Senior Sergeant James R. Potter, born February 21st, 1947, died September 11th, 1969. Oh, Dad! Oh, he can't hear me. So today is the anniversary of his death. He was killed in action in Vietnam. So we are gonna talk to him and see what he might have to say to us. Sergeant Potter, my name is Jessie. I mean no harm or disrespect. I'm just here to see if you'd like to speak to us about your time in Vietnam. We thank you for your service. We know that. Hello. We know y'all didn't get a good rap, but we appreciate it. You're proud? Can you tell me where you were killed at in Vietnam? Where's he at? lot to say. Where did my dad go? I lost it. Where's he at? Oh, he's over there. My goodness. Items. I guess I'm done, Dad. Today's the anniversary. Oh, you okay? Today's the anniversary of that man's death. He died September 11th, 1969. I was hollering at you, but you done gone too far. I was like, wow, this is the anniversary of his death. I thought that was pretty wild. Really?
Airman, third class Air Force. I never heard of airman third class.
Huh.
Second class is all I've ever heard of.
Here comes Big Daddy. This one's going to be a snorter. Whew. Oh yeah, this one's going to be big from what it looked like on the map, the radar there. Sergeant James Potter gave his life for his country on September 11th, 1969. He was part of the Big Red One's elite Dark Horse scout team that flew recon missions in the Big Red One's area of operation. On this day, Sergeant Potter was a crew chief in the back seat of a Lotus 6A observation helicopter being piloted by Scout pilot Bill Jones. The scout team was being escorted by a Cobra helicopter or gunship. It was the Loach's job to scout a certain area, and if the Loach drew fire from the ground, the Cobra gunship would then come in out of the altitude, usually 1,500 feet, and take out the enemy target. On this day, the scout ship would be working in an area known as the Razorback area. The area was also a staging area for the enemy to bring in men and material into Vietnam from Cambodia. While scouting the area, the scout pilot Bill Jones reported seeing men and movement down below to his Cobra gunship. The gunship next reported that the scout ship was taking heavy enemy fire from below and was hit and going down. The Loach went down after being hit by the enemy fire and burst into flames after hitting a tree on the way down, which punctured the fuel tank. The pilot was able to make it out of the wreck severely burned and was lifted out of the area by the Cobra crew, who took heroic measures and landed near the wreck with the enemy still lurking around the downed Loach. Sergeant Potter unfortunately was killed in the hail of enemy gunfire that brought down the Loach. Sergeant Potter was in Unit D Troop, 1st Squadron, 4th Cavalry, 1st Infantry Division. He was known as Sandy. He started his tour in June of 1969 and was killed in September. He was 22 years old. He passed away in the Tay Ninh province of South Vietnam. His body was recovered. He died outright by the bullets. He is on the Vietnam Wall Panel 18W, line 71. Thanks everybody for joining us here today. Make sure to smash that like button and subscribe and leave a comment. Love ya, bye. Let's do this. And I'm gonna do my outro. My outro.
What's an outro?
When you go out.
Oh.
You say hello when you go in, and then an outro when you go out. I'm gonna learn baby today. I hunt ghosts. Ghosts of the past, of the wars, of the blood that was spilt for freedom and liberty. I walk in their past, pick up the artifacts they left behind. That's when I can see them, see where they're going, where they're walking, what they're thinking. They tell me their story, and I listen. In 1973, I was hunting with a friend and came across a battle that was lost to time. This is the story of the lost battlefield.
Okay, the story of the lost battlefield is something that Tony and I, my hunting partner, we accidentally found it 50 years ago when we were looking for the fire pits in Rainsville. We missed it by 1 mile. As time went by, we studied the official records and tried to figure out what in the world we'd stumbled onto. Tony's gone now. There were other people who came in and hunted it later, but they never knew the whole story. So I'm the only one left. So this is the story of the lost battlefield. We're here today at Sherman's Reservation on Missionary Ridge to talk about the lost battlefield. In order to understand understand that, you really got to know what happened before that fight. It was November 5th, 25th, 1863. Hooker was on the south end of Missionary Ridge, was a Union right flank, right there at Rainsville, Georgia. Grant directed the battle from Orchard Knob, about halfway up the ridge, halfway the distance of the ridge anyway, it was a pretty good ways from the ridge. Claiborne held the Confederate right flank in this area, all through here. And Sherman had floated some pontoon boats down North Chickamauga Creek, where Chickamauga Dam is today. He crossed the river, advanced toward the ridge, and occupied Billy Goat Hill, which is right over here in this direction. He erroneously reported to Grant that he captured the end of Missionary Ridge. When he discovered his mistake, he attacked the ridge, crossed the valley there at 5 Points, and got pushed back. Grant ordered Hooker to attack on the south. He got pushed back. It went back and forth like that all day. The attack started at 10 o'clock and didn't end until 4 p.m. that afternoon. Grant realized that his strategy wasn't working. He wanted to break either one of the ends, but they weren't getting. So he ordered Thomas to make a demonstration in the center of the line. But Thomas had fought at Chickamauga and was the only Union commander who held his ground. And he earned the name Rock of Chickamauga for standing at Snodgrass Hill, which allowed the Union Army to escape back to Chattanooga. When Grant gave his orders to advance, he made it clear to his staff, under no circumstances will these men be allowed to attack. They cannot survive another defeat such as they suffered at Chickamauga. Thomas advanced to the base of the ridge, overran the trenches there, and stopped his order. Bragg commanded the Confederate Army, and he was the best general the North had. His tactics were totally flawed. Even Grant couldn't understand why the ridge fell. He said that ridge should never have fallen. But what Bragg had done is he put one line of trench at the base of the ridge, another at the center, and a third at the geographical top. Geographical means the top. Military top is where you can go off a little ways and you can actually see down the hill. The top line at the geographical top was totally useless in the battle. They couldn't see anybody until they were 20 yards from them. By then it was too late. When Thomas overran the first trench, his men found themselves in a rather awkward situation. They were getting picked off by plunging fire from the line halfway up the ridge. At this point, they had two choices. They could stay there and die, or they could retreat and face the ridicule of Grant's Vicksburg vets again. Well, they had a third choice that nobody ever thought of. Against orders, they charged straight up the ridge. Grant was furious. He saw his plan being unraveled before his eyes, and he demanded who ordered that charge. None of his staff knew. And he said, by God, if that charge fails, somebody's head will roll. When they reached the second line, it broke. And by the time they got to the third line, the Confederates there couldn't fire at the enemy for hitting their own men. So that line broke. The entire center came. The first Union flag to be planted on the ridge was placed there by Alton MacArthur. He won the Medal of Honor for his actions that day, and his son later received the Medal of Honor in World War II. His name was General Douglas MacArthur. With the center broken, the South retreated in confusion. But Claiborne still held his ground, but now his left flank was exposed. He received orders to march to Chickamauga Station and board a train to Ringo. And soon he received another order telling him there were no trains available. He had to march to Ringo. Now, all of this information Tony and I dug out of the official records, which are dispatches from one commander to another. When Claiborne started his retreat, he pulled back from the end of the ridge and followed down the backside toward the railroad. He left his attachment here on Tunnel Hill in the rear guard. The Union Army climbed to the top of the ridge over this way several hundred yards, and they conquered an enemy who did not exist because Claiborne had already withdrawn. When they advanced to Tunnel Hill, they met his rear guard. Later on the other side of the ridge, on down the railroad route, I made an interesting discovery. For every bullet I found, a rifle bullet, I found 10 pistol bullets, which indicated that at that time in the retreat, Claiborne's cavalry was covering his rear guard. Now, if you follow the Revolutionary War, you follow the rivers because they were the highways, the strategic.
Good timing.
The decisive battles back then took place in places like Trenton, New Jersey, Saratoga, New York, and Yorktown, Virginia. In the Civil War, it was railroads, as you just heard. What you just heard is a train from the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. The track is about 400 yards from us in this direction. Goes through a tunnel. That's why this is called Tunnel Hill. The train today runs down this track to several miles down the road near Bonnie Oaks Drive, and it's a kind of a tourist thing. But back then it was vital. If you follow the Civil War, follow the railroad, because that was the highway. And from here we're going to follow Claiborne's retreat and see what happens next when he got to Graceville. Then
What's it say?
the enemy was penetrating from within 50 steps of the guns.
Ew.
So they had some pretty vicious fighting here on Tunnel Hill. At one point, so many of the cannon crews were killed, they had to get a detail from the infantry to work the guns. Use canister and grape shot in the close range. It's a pretty nasty fight. See, it goes, there's a monument down there.
Yeah.
It goes a little ways past that. This was the northern end of the line.
Go ahead.
Okay, what happened was when the Union Army got to this part of the ridge, which is really a low place as far as altitude ridge goes, they got here and they started moving in this direction. But right up there on the high ground, Tunnel Hill, that's where they ran into Claiborne's rear guard. And they were stopped again. This was about sunset on November 25th.
So the Confederates were looking at Sherman on Billy Goat Hill, right?
Yeah, well, this is what Claiborne's men were looking at. The hill over there, it's Billy Goat Hill. Sherman came across this valley. And up here, this is the extreme northern end of the line. There's trench works right here. This will tell you, we're from Smith's brigade the night of November 25th. Now, the ridge had already been captured at that time, but they dug in because that's what you do here. You dig in case they turn around and come back on you. So these were dug after the battle was over. this is the railroad bed. That's the
Yeah.
Civil War railroad bed.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't concrete back then. See, it goes right down through there.
Yeah.
But see how high it's raised?
Yeah.
Because of flooding.
Oh, okay.
Chattanooga.
And it would have actually been even higher then because Chattanooga's raised since then, I think. Is this the train we heard?
Yep, this is where it comes from. Here, across the bridge, get off on the other end, they turn the engine around and back this way.
That was the coolest though, that train was sounding right when you were telling. The soldiers are helping you out tell your story there, Dad.
Yeah.
I mean, it was right when you were bringing it up. The train.
We see all the bushes.
Yeah.
That's the railroad bed.
Really?
And it goes all the way over to Boone Singer. It's broken in places too, but there's quite a bit of it still there. It's bad too. You can get up there and walk around on it.
Or something.
See, that's Billy Goat Hill right in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
There's 3 tunnels through this area. It's 2 of the road tunnels.
Looks like a cute place up there.
This is the original Civil War railroad track.
Oh, wow.
The concrete wasn't there. That was all
rocks, probably.
Yeah, no, it was all wood back then.
Oh, God.
Now the bridge for years it was gone. The bridge itself wasn't there. It was just and then finally when the Railroad Museum bought that property, they came back and built that bridge. Okay, we are on Zaburn's line of retreat here. Behind me you can see a bridge. Actually, there's about 4 down that way. Either this one or maybe the next one down with no bridge across it was the Civil War track. I think it was the second one down. But anyway, Claiborne had already passed through here. There was a detachment of Confederate troops that stayed here. They were camped right up here. She'll get a shot of that in a minute. Right up here is where the camp was. On down this way, on the other side of this track, I found a trench. And in that trench, I dug 2 tower infill bullets. And only 2 that I ever found in my life. They were kind of rare. I'll find it in a minute.
I can cut that part out till you find it.
But anyway, what happened was Sherman crossed Chickamauga Creek, and he came in from this direction. And they hit the trench line, and the official record read that they struck a detachment protecting the bridge over the creek, and after a brisk fight, the Confederates ran. So that was the end of this. And from there, Sherman turned and continued following Claiborne as he headed toward Rainsville. But this, you want to get a close up of that, that's a tower infill bullet. Those are extremely rare. Like I said, I only found 2 of them, and I know nobody else has ever found any. It's a 69 caliber. The standard caliber in the Civil War was 58. They had some 54s, but the infill had no rings on it. It was a smooth bullet. The infill rifle was imported from England, and it was very popular with the Confederates because it was well built and accurate. Their snipers used infills. So we'll head on toward Rainsville. That's where the campsite was that protected the creek. Up there we found a lot of drop bullets, buttons, and Tony found the best dug bayonet I've ever seen. He added some oil to it and even got the slide working. Took me years to find that place. Had to buy a better machine to get through the pine needles. But I found it. And now you know where it's at. You're the only one because nobody else does.
And I will never tell. But you, honest to God, even if you wanted to go through, you couldn't now anyway. So that was 50 years ago.
There ain't much left. We pretty much got it. Okay, what you're looking at here is Tony's Gap. Tony Cordell and I, they cut a new road in at the bottom of this ridge called Irish Drive. And Tony was relieving supervising. He brought one of his men a box of station wire to wire a house. And he spotted this gap from below. It's not much of a gap. And when he mentioned it to me, I said, yeah, we need to check that out. So we came up through this gap, which we named Tony's Gap, We came down over here, we saw houses in that direction. There was nothing here back in those days, no houses, anything, no roads. We went down this ridge, and at the base of the ridge we came across a field and a pond, and around that pond we started digging bullets, and that was our first finds in the lost battle. Now, how we walked through this gap and made it off this ridge without finding anything just baffles me to this day, because this entire area was covered up with bullets. Now, the official records, there was a message from Hooker to Sherman that said, I have Confederates to my front, should I attack? Sherman gave him the green light, promised reinforcements. Hooker had a less distance to travel in this race than Claiborne did. So he beat Claiborne to the road, to Rainsville. And they got into it. The next message from Hooker to Sherman said, we hit the Confederate column 2.5 miles north of Ringo. Captured one gun. They took to the hills and fought for the rest of the day. Now that was the beginning of the lost battle. I don't know where in that flat ground that they got into it, but I do know that at the base of this ridge, where it got flat until we ran into houses, we found bullets. So the fighting took place somewhere out there and moved in this direction. They came across here, went down, and then they turned that way. There's a ravine down here that they followed. This road over here was not there in those days. And when they graded that road before they paved it, I found bullets in that road, but that was the extreme left end as you're looking this way of the battle, because we found nothing past that ravine. It followed that ravine all the way. Now the Yankees came from this direction, moved down the high ground, and moved in that way. And the Confederates were down here. They had the low ground, but they had a ravine they used for cover. And from what we found, they used it very well. So let's go down there and look some more. By the way, this ground you're looking at right here, we had an old fellow named Odie Carter that hunted with us. He was 72 years old. And he came to this hill every time that we came here. So we named this Odie's Hill. This is where the Yankees first came over the ridge. And Odie down here, and this where it got a little bit steeper down there, and then it flattened out. But that was Odie's Hill, because he would rake bullets and leaves off the ground. The bullets would just tumble down the hill. He didn't even have to dig them.
Wow. Wow, there's a lot of trails go back here.
I was showing in the video.
Yeah.
Trail a little bit.
Might be easier to cut across this way. There is?
This was the pond. This was the pond. Right here. So everything's changed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's their barbed wire fence at? Watch that slip right there. Slippery. There's a big hole over there.
I don't remember any of this. It's all changed. It's all here. I'll feel about this. I think it's all this ain't the way it was. That tank wasn't there.
Huh. That's strange to think this was a pond and now isn't.
Yeah.
You may not can talk to her right now if that lady's in there checking her out.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so Claiborne came down the ridge this way. This ditch was not here 50 years ago. This field was. Right here, out in this area, in a rather small area, probably 30 feet square, I found a lot of dropped infield bullets. Found my first bayonet here and the frame belt buckle. A lot of infield bullets came out here. We made our first finds right here. It's dry now, there's nothing there, but it used to be a pond. And that was where we made our first discovery, around that pond. And then we tried to figure out what we had. We found the battle moved in that direction. And as you go that way, it's flat like this. It was wooded like this. And then as you get down there, it narrows down until you get to a narrow ravine, as I call it. And today it's more or less a glorified ditch, drainage ditch between houses. But back then it was wide enough a tractor could drive down it, and he would go up into the high grounds over here and plow his cornfields and things. And every time we heard him coming, we'd run and hide because we didn't want anybody to know what we had found, whether it be the landowner or not. We didn't know there was nothing here. We didn't know there's no houses. We didn't know who owned the land or anything.
It was just empty feet.
But regardless, we were trying to keep it secret from everybody. So we'll go on down and film some more of the ravine and maybe, hopefully, get into the ravine itself. There was, we just talked to a really nice lady here that let us come and film in her backyard, and I gave her one of these. But this is an example of what we found here. This is a 58 caliber 3-ringer. They were used by both sides, but if you look at the way it's mashed up, that was typical of Rainsville bullets because the ground is like gravel underneath. It's real rocky and it really mangles a bullet. But we could tell when we placed it, all right, it was fired from this angle, so it had to have been shot from over there. So we would go over there and we'd find where they shot back. And that's how we mapped out this battlefield all the way down. So that's how we did it. Between that and the official records, we figured out what went on here.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, right now, I'm standing in what we call the ravine. And the battle moved in this direction. Booker's men were pursuing, coming down from this way, so they were being hit from two sides. Claiborne's men, as you got past the flat area that we saw before, they got to the ravine where it got like this. It looks a little different than it did 50 years ago. This big old gully right here wasn't there again. And this was slightly wider, big enough for a tractor to come down. So you can see,
you might have to yell a little bit over that.
You can see that the banks of it, how they come up here, with the Yankees coming this way. This was a natural fortress for the Confederate defenders. They had their artillery at the front of the column. They were trying to save them, moving in that direction. And So they were pretty well protected right here in the ravine. The bullets, we found bullets all the way to the top of the ridge in that direction. This way, this bank right here, we would dig as many as 10 bullets out of one hole. That's how ferocious the fighting was. So from here to about the next 300-400 yards, it was like this. And this is why we call it the ravine. It was the fortress of the Rainsville skirmish. Nobody knows how many casualties that occurred here because it was never put in history books. The only two references I've seen of it were in the official record and on a plaque in Ringo Gap. In both cases, it was mentioned as a skirmish. By that time in the war, the country had seen battles like Perryville, Shiloh, Gettysburg, Chickamauga. So something like this was not even mentioned. It's a shame because there sure was a lot of lead flying around. I'm a witness to that. All right, let's move on there. Back there.
Yeah.
Okay, the ravine we just came from, well, where we were was right over here, but this is part of it. It ran down through here, then it flowed around this ravine. It goes back behind this house, and then it turns and goes that way, and there's a little side finger of it that goes up this way. Now, you go around here at the end of the street, there is a house that, of course, none of these houses were here back then. But behind that house, I found the only rifle pit that was ever found on this battlefield. Below it, I found, what was it? I can't remember the number. 52. I found 52 bullets in a pile. 3 of them were pistol bullets, the rest were 58 caliber 3-ringers. Now, what a soldier carried in battle in his cartridge box was 40 rounds. There were 62 bullets in this pile, or 52. Somebody was looking for a fight. Now, why would all them bullets get dumped out of the pile? That was kind of confusing to me. So I backed up over here behind this house on this ridge, and I had a 3-inch coil that day. And the 3-inch coils could pick up smaller items. And I found a paper cup full of percussion caps. A lot of ammunition had been fired from that direction, and it was in range of that rifle pit. So I figured whoever dropped them bullets was either killed or scared off, one or the other. We found bullets all the way up the top of this ridge. Down here, we were digging 2, 3, 5, 10 out of a single hole. Right here, this was a cornfield 50 years ago. Right there, in about the middle of this yard, I was out here in pouring down rain, sick with the flu, had a bread bag over my electronics when I dug this. This is 2 58 caliber mini balls that hit together in midair and fused together. I know of no other relic hunter who's ever found anything like that. And I've seen a picture of one only in a book. And that was a mini ball and a grape shot or a canister shot that hit in midair in Gettysburg. There's no telling what that would be worth.
Yeah.
But it was found right there. And this guy don't know what was found within 30 feet of his garage door.
Yeah. It's amazing how much history are in people's yards that they don't know.
But the ravine, we found a lot of stuff in the ravine. Odie found a cavalry spur, so definitely the cavalry was there. I found a cannon wrench, which undoubtedly bounced off a cannon or casing, and they rushed through these hills to get away. And the guns is what they were trying to save. We found absolutely no evidence of artillery fire anywhere on this field. Claiborne was trying to save his guns. He had them at the head of his column, no doubt. So he got through to the Rainsville road. He turned right, and went on down to Rainsville, crossed the bridge, and then burned it behind him. When Sherman caught up to the battle, yes, it was all but over by then, and so he couldn't get his guns over the creek. So Claiborne headed from here to Ringo, and that's where our next stop will be, at Ringo Gap. But I don't know if I mentioned this before, but this was mentioned as a skirmish, not a battle, and the only two references ever found to it. But Lord, we found a lot of it. Man, I mean,
For it just to be a skirmish.
Two bullets hitting together, and man, you know, I've always wondered. Imagine two guys hanging at each other, and boom, they pull the trigger when the smoke clears. It's still sitting there like that, trying to reload.
Yeah.
I mean, that thought came to my mind when I dug that. But anyway, this is what the battle goes all through these ridges, and it turns, and there's a lot of places down there we never really hunted. But it just, things were kind of crazy. The subdivision started expanding, and we just kind of got out of it over the years. Well, let's go toward Ringo.
I'll turn you this way, that way I don't get
During the winter of 1863-64, the Confederate Union Army camped all around Chattanooga. Here around Rainsville, in the flatlands around here, this tiny town itself, there were about 20,000 Union troops. This house, I've got pictures in the book somewhere, of Union generals standing on that upper balcony. Now, when Sherman headed south on his Atlanta campaign, he burned Rainsville to the ground. The owner of this house came to him and begged him to spare his house. Turns out that he was a Mason, and so was Sherman. And for that reason alone, Sherman spared this house. And this is the only house left in Rainsville that was there during the Civil War. After Claiborne broke out of the trap at Rainsville, he marched all night to Ringo. He had to cross Chickamauga Creek in order to get to the road through the gap. But he didn't want to cross that night because he didn't want his men freezing to death all night. So they stayed on this side of the creek. The next morning, they stripped off naked and they waded across Chickamauga Creek and built fires on the other side to warm up. Then he deployed them along this ridge over here and in the gap. When Sherman got here, Claiborne had concealed his guns and his men to the best advantage, and he, even though he was outnumbered 10-1, he taught Sherman a lesson about strategy. Sherman had no guns with him because Claiborne burned the bridge at Rainsville, but he was tearing them up with double and triple loaded canister and grape. The battle went on for several hours, I think 5 or 6 hours, and Sherman finally backed off, and Rainsville had saved the Confederate Army from disaster. Now, before this action took place, Bragg sent a message to Richmond to President Davis, and he said, "It's a shame to waste such fine troops, but the Army must be saved." Bragg had written Claiborne off, but Claiborne showed him what a true general is. So when the battle was over, Claiborne had, he became a national hero in the South. And his men were awarded a Presidential Unit Citation. He fought the rest of the war through the Atlanta campaign, and when Sherman captured Atlanta, the Army of the Tennessee turned north, trying to draw them back northward. Sherman realized he couldn't maintain his supply trains. His supply line at that point was just far too long, with Forrest Cavalry in his rear, and now the entire Tennessee Army also. Well, he wasn't going to give up the ground that he had taken, so he just cut away from the supply lines entirely and made his march through Georgia. Now, Claiborne was, I've forgotten the dates, the exact dates, but when they got to Franklin, Tennessee, Claiborne was shot in the heart and killed while leading the last charge in the last big battle that the South ever won. When the Army pressed forward from there, they were indecisive because they had lost so many of their senior NCOs and officers at Franklin. When they got to Nashville, they couldn't decide what to do, so they just sat there. Well, Thomas was in command at Nashville on the northern side, and he said, well, if they're not going to come to me, I'll go hit them to them. So he came out of his trenches and he attacked the Army of the Tennessee, defeating them in the last big battle of the Civil War. Shortly afterwards, Lee surrendered at Appomattox and the war was over. Now, after the Battle of Ringgold Gap, Claiborne took his status as a hero in the South, and he came up with a plan to emancipate the slaves. Now, this plan had mixed reactions. Of course, the slave owners didn't like it a bit, but it was supported by General Lee. The problem was it came too late. If his plan had been adopted, the war would have turned out differently, because the way his plan was lined out was that the slaves would be freed on conditions that they fight for and be loyal to the South. This would have given the South a lot more manpower right up front. But another thing that would be accomplished with it was that England and France most likely would have recognized the South as a sovereign nation. And not only that, but the North was sick of the war. With slavery removed as an issue, there would be no more reason to fight. So Claiborne's plan very possibly could have worked, but it was not implemented. And that is Claiborne's story. He was Irish born, immigrated to the United States because of the potato famine. He came in through New Orleans and settled in Arkansas, where he became a druggist, and that's where he is buried today. There's one other story of note that should be mentioned about the Battle of Ringo Gap. There was a fellow named Sam Watkins who, after the war, wrote his memoirs, and the book was called Company H. He was in Company H of Cleburne's division. Now, Sam Watkins was, it's a miracle he ever survived the war. He fought in every battle the Army of the Tennessee was in. He started out running toward First Bull Run and got there when the battle was over, so he didn't get to participate in that one. From there, he marched to Tennessee, became a member of Cleburne's division. Well, when they made their retreat from Missionary Ridge, and they had the fight there at Rainsville, and by the time he got here, he wrote in his memoirs that he was so exhausted from the retreat and all the fighting that he fell asleep. When he woke up, he thought he was looking at a ceiling wallpaper with dead Yankees. And across the ravine from him, the hill was covered with dead Union soldiers. And he had slept through the entire battle. He was so exhausted.